We're back with Recontext, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. Because what context we give will probably not make this game any less stupid. But it's fun.
Much against popular advice, us.
Much against popular advice, Nomura.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Last we left off, we escaped from Jesse McCartney's anime nightmare to get back in the shoes of this dumbass and his talking duck and dog.
Yep.
We got reunited with Final Fantasy friends. We saved ancient China from the Huns. We helped out with some relationship problems between a woman and a beast man. And now we need to head to the world of Greek mythology.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
I mean, to someone, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
It makes as much sense as anything in this
Yeah. Good to see you dropping by, Ducky Swag. Get on.
Welcome to the fun? Question mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a gameplay sense, this proves to be fun. It's one of the few times I can point to, or at least that I can think of in any recent memory of playing like an RPG or action RPG where the highest difficulty setting was fun.
Oh, yeah. Same, maybe only the Devil May Cry games come close to that.
True, but
that's because they require like genuine skill.
Well, yeah, because they're pure action. That's the obvious idea. Press down X to lock on. I mean, I'm pretty sure you mean circle because this is the Japanese version and you just reuse the English releases like menu prompts because you were very lazy with this English patch. But whatever, that's just how it is.
If the gummy ship sections in 3 had been like this again, I would have been so happy.
Yeah.
Especially this one, because holy shit.
Yeah, like it's a pretty solid set piece overall, because like you're seeing like hints of what it is, like in the background, obviously, like that giant ship.
Also, commiserations for being at the office. We'll try and make things easier, better. And we'll try and do something at least.
Something.
We'll make them different.
Yeah. Yeah, may or may not be better if, like, other people, like, walk in on this. Because, yeah, God forbid what kind of can of worms you open when you happen to find a Kingdom Hearts fan in the wild. A fan base where, like, I rarely say it often, but I feel like we can all agree that, like, fan bases in general are equally terrible in their own ways, just because you get too deep and you just get exposed to some very unsavory types.
That's, like I always say, to err is human, but to really fuck things up, get involved with a fandom.
Yeah, but it's like, I still feel like the way fandoms can be terrible is, like, it can change. Sometimes, the best case you can hope for is that they're terrible in a way that is just incredibly stupid and benign. With Kingdom Hearts, I feel like...
And other times, they get to bullying artists off the internet and trying to get them to commit suicide.
Yeah, thanks, Steven Universe fans. But I think with Kingdom Hearts specifically, they're one of the few I can think of where their fan base actually instills intimidation and fear in me.
Yeah, do not fuck with Kingdom Hearts fans. They are mentally ill. And I say this as a bona fide crazy myself.
Yeah, and the reason I feel is because, probably unsurprisingly, since this is a series that all started because the makers of Final Fantasy and Disney themselves wanted to do a crossover, I feel like the Disney side of the fandom is not that too far off from just, like, purebred Disney fans. In that kind of, like, crazy, like, devotion.
It's really weird because on the one hand you've got people who, you know, for whom Disney is serious business, and on the other hand you've got people for whom shipping is serious business, and when they collide it's like, oh Jesus, what is going on here?
Yeah.
This is the worst thing.
It's like when you're so dearly attached to a brand that basically markets itself as being the cornerstone of every person's childhood, like, and that sticks with you for, like, beyond your childhood, yeah, that could get pretty dicey.
Yeah.
I'm not
Especially
surprised
considering how many...
Kingdom Hearts commands that same energy, because it literally has those characters, and also Final Fantasy /FF adjacent characters, because I also feel like for some games in those series that also commands a similar energy.
And don't forget how many people literally grew up with Kingdom Hearts, which is terrifying.
Yeah. Like,
we are literally playing people's childhoods right here.
Yeah, that's always concerning to think about anytime I play any of these old games now. Especially when it's like, I was, like, still kind of like a kid, like, when the PS2, like, and the systems of that generation were a thing.
Mm.
I mean, hell, like, my first system was an N64, but that was, like, way late in that generation. Like, I got in on it at the end of 99.
Wow.
So here we are, in the Underworld, or Hades. Hades,
and
the name of the person and the place.
And we're about to run into Best Boy.
Yeah.
Auron is Moe.
Yeah, I'm glad we decided on that and not Hades himself, who, while I like the character, we gotta have to, like, make a distinction between that and the person behind the voice.
Oh yeah, like, Hades... The amount of improvisation that James Woods was allowed to get away with was amazing. I cannot think of anyone more suited to a character like that.
Yeah, sleazy snake oil salesman Hades is a strong character type.
Yeah. James Woods himself can go suck an infinite field of dicks.
Agreed. It's...
And that's all I have to say on that matter.
Yeah, which is kind of extra unfortunate considering that it's like... kind of sad when you have, like, someone that does a really good job voicing a villain, but then in reality, they're, like, a villain in their own right, and that just makes you feel even worse about, like, about their craft.
Yeah, I was genuinely surprised when he came back for Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like, Billy Zane was essentially blacklisted from Disney.
Yeah,
for making a movie that was critical of the U.S. military.
Oh, that explain it.
James Woods, basically saying, "Hey, yeah, COVID is a hoax. All of you are pussies for wearing masks. Don't tread on me, etc., etc." And I'm like, sorry, one of these is not like the others.
Sunri, hey, thanks for the follow.
Yay!
He's another good buddy I recognize from the DMC Discord I'm in.
Cool.
Yeah, some familiar faces getting in here. That's cool.
All the popularities.
Yeah, all in this incredibly small microcosm of the internet.
In this incredibly niche game.
Yes, this incredibly niche underground hit, Kingdom Hearts the Second.
Hey, when the first game came out, people assumed it was just gonna crash and burn.
To the point that Disney said that, like, in case this does not take off, we're only gonna let you use Mickey Mouse in one scene and one scene only. Sorry.
And that one scene managed to make Mickey Mouse look more badass than he had in 40 years.
Yeah. It's bizarre. Really bizarre.
Also, yes, we are playing this in critical mode.
Yep, it's after playing it for the first time myself, like earlier this year, kind of in my personal time. I am definitely of the mind that, like, this is, damn it.
Well, that was 2/3 of your health in one blow.
But yeah, it's like, obviously with all these deaths aside, it is the sort of thing where it's like, I can't see myself really, like, seriously playing this game anymore on anything other than critical mode. To the point that it's kind of prevented me from wanting to play any of the other Kingdom Hearts games, because their critical modes are not this. They forget the key aspect this has, in which you do 1.5 the amount of damage you do, like, on normal.
Yeah, it's only fun to a certain point.
Yeah.
Like I played Birth by Sleep on Proud Mode and Dream Drop Distance. God, that's hard to say.
3D.
And they were utterly miserable experiences. They were not fun whatsoever.
Yeah, and that was on, like, you said Proud specifically, or like they actually tried to critical?
Can't remember if they might have critical modes on the HD collection. Don't remember off the top of my head.
That would probably make sense, because I know, like, yeah, because I know, like, critical will always seem like that was a thing that, like, never seemed to ship with any Kingdom Hearts game on the first release. There was always like a final mix, like, inclusion.
Yeah. But yeah, they just were not fun at all. I might have gimped myself with
Jeez, these hell puppers are tough.
bad doggies. But yeah, I might have screwed myself over by, you know, the difficulty, by like giving up this and taking this, you know, like with the strength and magic and defense and all that at the beginning.
Yeah.
Do not remember what it was I took, but I just think it was really just a really painful way of playing the game overall. Like if I was to go back and do it, I'd just play all normal.
Yeah. Like, high difficulties are most fun for me when they are designed in a manner that you get to be a glass cannon. That's the only way I feel like you can really make it feel like it's a fair but still tough experience.
I mean, any kind of game, I usually wind up picking the glass cannon anyway, you know?
Yeah, because it's like, if you know you can't endure, like, a specific challenge for, like, a very long period of time, like, you could at the very least, like, invest in something that is, like, high damage and, like, a high risk, high reward kind of way, just to get it over with. I know that's basically what I ended up, developing into when I played Demon's Souls. Because with certain equipment, you can actually just make yourself into that. And that's how I was really able to keep pushing myself through all the various levels of New Game Plus.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm usually high damage, high speed, no defense. Because, you know, you can't hit, like, if you're getting hit, you're already making mistakes.
Yeah.
And, you can't hit what you can't catch.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. God, I'm forgetting that I kept getting all these AP boosts and these new abilities. Let me actually double check things. Like, do I even still have? I'm actually gonna change this. Let's see. Checking like my items. So yeah, I only have one high potion and an ether. Oh, wow.
Oh dear.
I just kinda. To be fair, when I went through this game on critical in my off time, I do recall Hades, like the underworld, on your first visit, being like the kind of like the end of like the beginning difficulty stretch of this game. Like it felt like this is the first point where it actually starts going, okay, you've handled all that, let's give you more of a challenge. Yeah, but I feel like it's the sort of thing where, like, as soon as I got to, like, where Timeless River is... Oh, I'm just gonna let this run instead.
Run away!
Bah!
Okay.
What the fuck was any of that all about?
Yep, that's all the context you're getting for that one. Yes, we, even though I say that I am skipping all cutscenes, that's only in the context of specific ones. Let's actually buy some potions. I feel like...
Oh, don't forget to get new weapons for Donald and Goofy.
Oh yeah, oh, that's right. Let's see. Yeah, Falling Star.
Because they're actually useful.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to make the same mistake that the Giga Boys made. Though admittedly, they weren't playing on critical, but they were playing on normal and just trying to, like, Gigaboot's just rushing through everything, and then you spend, like, what feels like an hour just trying to brute force through the break fight, or Zigbar at the end. God damn it, I hate myself that I know what his original name is, and that I'm actually confusing the two at this point. God damn it.
His original name. Which one is that again? Because, like, remember, he's got like 7 at this point.
Oh, Jesus, you're right. Goddamn surfer dude prick.
In another world, Zigbar is wanted on like 300 counts of fraud and tax evasion.
Yeah, probably.
But he always manages to keep his story straight somehow.
Yeah, I'll just switch back actually to potions on all of these.
And it's funny, I never used items when I play Kingdom Hearts.
I mean, I normally didn't, but then I played Critical.
Fair point.
Yeah. And then, I guess I'll actually, on the customize, I'll go back to mapping X to just regular potion, because I got all those anyway.
Also, do you not have any armor or accessories?
I think I still only have, Wait, no, that's on items, that's right. Yeah, Yeah, like, I only have, like, the elven bandana and, like, and I still only have the medal that I got from jobbing to Setzer.
Yeah.
But I think that's actually all I really have. I probably would have to go back to... Yeah, I would basically have to go back to Hollow Bastion and, like, buy that stuff.
Yeah, or you can get some of it from synthesizing.
Yeah.
Not as much as you'd want, though.
I don't know, but like, I don't even have stuff armor that I could, like, synthesize anyway. I could only get a Mega Potion and Drive Recovery.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. Plus, these are, like, I don't even have all, like, the equipment I would need. At the very least, I got another AP boost.
Oh, that's cool.
Which, I always dump on Sora until it tells me no more. Which is really funny, because going to, like, the level cap on critical mode with all, like, and getting literally every AP boost you get, because of how much AP you already start with, I'm pretty sure that's the only time I think that you actually ever hit, like, a cap on how many AP points you can have.
Well, it's the cap. I don't think I've ever reached it.
Yeah. Well, like, yeah, because I guess that's the point. Like, you're not likely to ever reach that just playing on the regular difficulties, because you start with, like, the more intended, like, amount of AP starting out, which is almost nothing. This starts you with 50, because it's like, hey, you're gonna need guard, you're gonna need these combo extenders, you're gonna need lucky. Maybe you'll need experience, level 1 only, because you're a sadist. I don't know. I don't know. Admittedly, like, I'm not doing level 1 runs on this game, but I am funny enough doing it on another game actually, and that's Portrait of Ruin. Which the saving grace of doing it that way actually is that I'm doing it as a New Game Plus, so I'm carrying over all of my oh, thank you, Donald, for the save.
Oh, was Donald actually useful for once?
Yeah, he actually cured me. Good job, you asshole. But yeah, it's like, Portrait of Ruin is like...
one fucking job, Doc.
Yeah. But yeah, like, that's the thing, going through level 1 in Portrait of Ruin is like, when you go through with a completed new game file, and you have, like, all the quest rewards and, like, other hidden items you get, like the best weapons and armor, that brings it back to kind of what this feels like, where it's like a glass cannon sort of style of effect, where it's like, yeah, you'll die in about, like, 4 to 5 hits, no matter what enemy. But hey, you at least get, like, you have the best spear, the best axe, the best sword, all the best spells. Just go nuts. Just war of attrition if you need to, but at least they'll go down quickly. Yeah.
I think I only ever played them on the basic difficulties. Never really felt the need to play them past, just the point where I've beaten the game and maybe filled out a bit more of the maps, because inevitably there's some kind of super special boss or something.
Maybe. I mean, like, I remember, like, doing hard mode in Aria of Sorrow, and that was also, like, a kind of similar situation where I basically did it like as a New Game Plus type of thing. I feel like that's like the most sane, kind of easier sell to try and like get people to do hard modes in the Egavanias that allow it. Like, if you can actually just carry over the better equipment, because fortunately, it's a sane game that does not restrict you from using certain equipment based on level.
That's always annoying.
Yeah. Just going back to, like, make an extra save, because I remember this, like, being an area where, like, if you die at any point during this current stretch, the checkpoint sends you back quite a few ways, and I had to get very familiar with this hallway, the room we're about to go into, and then this hallway again as we leave in the opposite direction.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
we're
because
about to fight Hades, who is invincible.
Yeah, because we're at this point of the game where, being in the underworld, we can't use our drive gauge. But I guess that's fine, because as it turns out, looking over my stats before starting, I was like, oh yeah, I already hit the current level cap for my Valor form. Because, like, it goes up over time as you unlock new forms or meet other conditions.
That's it.
So, I'm at the max for that currently, and I won't be able to get it to a new level until we get the next drive form.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Donald, you sit on the bench. We're getting the best boy, and the other best boy.
Yeah, Auron, who's younger in this game, so I think he's like 37 in Final Fantasy X. So in this game, he's about 14.
Yeah, he certainly looks it. You would almost think he's a JoJo character.
Right.
Yes, Jotaro, this very manly, middle-aged looking high school student. Totally 18.
Stardust Crusaders, aka the Adventures of the Manliest Schoolboy in Japan.
Yes. The manliest Egyptian man train ever.
All aboard!
And then you just hear the bangles like slowly getting louder, and then you're like, why do I hear end music?
Hang on a minute. Is that fucking yes? Oh no, not again! I won't go back!
No,
You can't make me! Oh.
you can't make me take the roundabout. God damn you! Not now.
What does 10 true summers mean anyway, and what happens if you have a false one? You have to start from the beginning?
God knows what it might be. Okay.
The
hold
people
on.
demand to know.
Okay, I'm gonna try and focus on like this fat. Oh wait, no, I forgot. That's right. I don't have the drive gauge, but I can at least do limits. Yes. Yes. This was always one of my favorites. I think it's everyone's favorite in the early game because it's the coolest looking one. I mean, to be fair, it's also the second one you get. The first one is like with
Yeah.
Mulan, and like I guess that's fine, you know, like the finishing it off with Mushu, you know, with all the fireworks. But I don't know, man. Like that is, I feel like that limit with Auron is the thing that totally reminds you that this was like during the beginning of Modern Square's preference for crazy action choreography in their own particular style.
I just remember playing it with someone else in the room who'd never seen it before. They weren't really paying attention.
Yeah.
I think they were just reading or something. And I was playing the Mulan stages, and they just stopped and looked up from their book, and they were like, "Did she just say vagina?" I was like, what? Like, yeah, she keeps saying vagina. I'm like, no, for China.
Great.
It's like, wow, that's that's really special.
Yeah, that's real something.
That's definitely a statement that you have made in public. Don't know why, but you've made it.
Your pain shall be twofold.
Usually is.
Yeah. So admittedly, I've like, I think I recall hearing this like elsewhere, and I guessing you probably know because I'm pretty sure you've like are more familiar with all the other Final Fantasies than I am. But like, the whole deal with Auron constantly going in this game about like how this is his story.
Yeah.
Like, that's... I'm guessing, based on what I recall hearing at some point, is that's basically them doing their callback to, like, inverting a line from FF10 of him constantly referring to Tidus as this being his story.
Yeah, that's, like, every time Tidus starts going on about how, you know, it's too hard, I can't do it, someone help.
Being a whiny Japanese Meg Ryan.
Yeah, he keeps basically saying, look, if you're the hero of this story, fucking act like it.
Okay.
And towards the end, I forget the exact line because it's been a long time since I've played it. He says something along the lines of, this isn't just my story, this is all our story.
Okay.
Which is nowhere near as badass as what Auron says.
Yeah. Which we skipped it here.
And
yeah.
You're not in it.
Yep, that's... Yeah, we may have skipped that part. I would have been tempted to leave that in, but that cutscene was already, like, way too long anyway, so we're just...
yeah.
The summary we gave, I think, is a lot better, especially because we don't have to deal with all the other stuff and Pete being just a weird dingus who's sticking his nose in literally every affair in these worlds.
Yeah, he's just like, hey, so, doing stuff with Heartless, not sure why. Pete out.
I thought I would get, like, the reaction command from that. What the hell? It's like that. Those big fat guys have two different charge moves, and I feel like it bothers me that like you can't react to like a deflect or a reaction command for them in all the exact same ways.
Yeah. Sometimes the window for the reaction commands is a lot shorter than it appears anyway.
Yeah, but that one is like the command didn't even show up to the point that it makes me think maybe that is one where like you're just expected to use like a guard, you know? That very weird like lengthy guard animation you have that is only temporary.
Yeah, the guard in this game is so weird to the point you might as well not even use it.
Yeah, or like only use it for very specific parts where you know you can immediately like exploit it.
Yeah, there's a few boss fights, not even like the Data Lord fights, just like the first time you fight a boss where it's like, if you're not guarding for certain attacks, then, you know, you might as well say goodbye to half your health in one go.
But like looking at how this works is like, it's basically, I would describe it as the wackest royal guard to ever exist. Like imagine if it took that long for Dante to actually whip one out. Like...
Phrasing.
First I whip it out, then thrust
let me
it!
just whip this out of here. The road is significant only in its insignificance.
Damn it, just thinking about that Lucifer scene in DMC4 cost me that fight, god damn it.
I'm gonna say, worth it.
In the end, we are all satisfied. And you are set free.
Spanish guitar intensified.
Yeah.
It's disappointing that their attempt to kind of do something like that in the 5th game with the Michael Jackson cutscene kind of fell a bit flat.
Which is funny because I feel like that's the best that any of those scenes were in 5. At least for Dante. Like, I'm glad that they still got like the same actors and choreography staff on board. Well, obviously maybe not so much Ruben Langdon these days, but you get my point.
Yeah, he is a problematic character.
Yeah, but it's like, well, I appreciate the people being that were obviously working, that have worked on the series in like 3 and 4, having them back for 5. You could definitely feel just like the lower energy overall with like just the direction and choreography.
Yeah, it kind of felt less like Devil May Cry the Rebirth and more Devil May Cry the Contractual Obligation.
A little bit, yeah. I still think maybe it's like some of the best moments, funny enough, are literally like to do with Nico herself. Just anytime, like, her van shows up, I think that's, like, the most you get, like, that weird creative energy.
Yeah. She was definitely a standout character in the game.
Yeah.
And the fact that, like, she's one of those characters who I think I could easily see being like if they were like, okay, so we're gonna have like I don't know, Sim Devil Buster, where it's just you as Nico going into a randomly generated dungeon, killing demons, using body parts to build weapons for other devil hunters. That sort of thing. Like, if Capcom came out tomorrow and said that we're doing this, I'd be like, fucking day one purchase.
Okay, that's like the kind of charge that you have to do a regular guard for. It's when it has the like the glowing aura that it's a reaction command, like this.
Right.
Okay. Come on, do it, you fat ass. There we go. Kick back. Kick back.
Oh yeah.
Always necessary to do a Terry Bogard impression, no matter how good or bad it is. In fact, the badder, the better.
Are you okay?
Bust the wolf!
Bust the wharf. Past the wharf.
Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna go
Okay,
ahead and skip those, because, like, 2 of these
Yeah.
fat guys at once at this stage in the game is a bit of a hassle. So let's fight the best doggy.
Oh, the big toothy puppy. No.
Yep.
I remember him being a real pain on Proud mode. Imagine it's not going to be much different here.
No, and if I die here, I'm pretty sure this means I'm gonna go be sent all the way back to that, like, save point. Which is, like, this, like that's why I said, like, this is just one of those really hard stretches, like, early on. Okay, I'm trying to focus, obviously. I got him down to the last health bar, at least. Oh, but he's got the stupid... Oh, dear.
Boom, fireballs, yeah. And of course, at this point, you don't have any kind of dodge.
Yeah.
Unless you go for one of the certain builds.
Oh, god damn it. And right as my, Oh no, Mickey coming in with the assist!
Oh, hell.
Sprinkle that decharge! Ow.
Heroic Mouse gives young boy the D.
Although I think these homing fireballs might not make it possible for me to, like, get a full charge. I don't know. Yeah, I should just try and, like, actually take advantage of the fact that I can at least attack him, so I'll do it this way.
Yeah. Get him down to, like, 10% health and then start spamming the D.
Yeah, and also because just doing regular attacks in, like, charges up, like, the drive gauge anyway, so it's fine. Mickey, immune to the effects of the Underworld because he's a goddamn king. Okay, that did not work out entirely as good as I wanted it to, but let's... Yeah, thank you, and now because I got my MP gauge back... Bushido Blade time! Oh, Banishing Blade. Fuck, Bushido's just the name of, like, the limit itself. I forget.
Yeah. And Bushido Blade was another Square game on the PS1.
There we go, that's a hell of a finish!
Nice.
And we got counter guard too. Nice. You know what's
good.
funny?
Your first usable defensive attack.
Yeah. You know what's funny though? I remember dying on this during my personal playthrough, and I never had Mickey spawn for me ever. There we go. Funny faces. We're out. Let's get that counter guard equipped. Counter attacks nearby enemies with attack while performing guard. Exactly what we need.
Still difficult to use, but so much better.
Yeah, because you still have to deal with, like, the funky guard timing that this game has.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I just realized I actually have 15 high potions. How the hell did that ever happen?
I think you bought tons of them back at the Moogle shop.
No, like I only bought like the regular potions. That's the thing. I was like, for some reason I thought I had way less high potions than that. Oh well, but I'm
Weird.
at least trying to just burn through these while I'm at it.
Well, this is really the last point where regular potions are even usable.
Yeah, and this is also, I still maintain, I feel like this is the last point where, like, by the time we get around to, like, Timeless River, or after that, I feel is the part where, like, we finally make it out of, like, the early game difficulty hump.
Hmm.
Because I do recall around that point I was starting to die a whole lot less to really, like, dumb, like, random encounters and such, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you get more of the useful abilities you need. You start getting more drive forms, which I at least still know once we get once we finish Timeless River, that's when we get the second one, and I'm just gonna go straight to grinding that.
Yeah, the game has sort of like an inverse difficulty curve in the even on proud mode. The opening of the game is the most difficult part because you've no tools for doing anything really.
Mm-hmm.
And then as the game goes on, there's a couple of speed bumps like Zaldin.
Oh yeah,
Infamously.
Zalvin's always a speed bump, no matter the difficulty.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like to be on the receiving end of a Dragoon, like, no matter what.
My favorite class for a reason.
Yeah?
But, yeah, like, every time I've ever played it, the first time I've died is always on Zaldin.
Yeah, I recall that always being, like, the place where I died the most back when I played, like, the non-Final Mix version of Cage, too.
Yeah.
And then I think the place where I died the second most was, like, the second end, when you get to the end of your second visit to Pride Rock.
Mm.
For some reason, that big behemoth was, like, gave me way more trouble at times than I felt that I should have gotten. It was weird.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because it's an actual Final Fantasy behemoth.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I was just calling it behemoth in, like, just in, like, the general, it's huge term. But I guess I didn't think about it in the context of, oh yeah, Final Fantasy.
Yeah, no, it's, if I remember right, it is basically a Final Fantasy behemoth, but with none of the detail. Just the basic body shape and the horn.
Yeah. And it's like you have to get on top of it to deal damage like it's a Shadow of the Colossus fight.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of thing where it's like I was still alright even when I was dying back then because like that was like the game came out like months after Shadow of the Colossus and like how that was just one of my absolute favorite games ever. Like once I played through it, like so enamored with the idea of just like fighting these gigantic bosses that you can actually stand and run across on top of and all that.
Yeah, I remember one of my friends getting really into Shadow of the Colossus at that time as well.
I got way into the demo. I remember like the only time I got like a PlayStation Underground disc with like all like the where they would have like demos or trailers and the only one I got for that had the demo for Shadow of the Colossus. It only let you fight the first one, but I spent so much time not only killing that same Colossus over and over and trying to do it faster, but also trying to like test what the boundaries of like the demo game world was. It was a surprisingly fun time for what would, for any other game, I would have gotten like bored and tired of, you know?
Yeah, but I remember there was a demo for Grand Theft Auto that I think was like 15 or 20 minutes.
Right.
And it was the entire first stage with everything but the rampage modes in that.
Yeah, okay.
So we would basically try and do as much as we could or get as high a score as we could in the time allowed.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure like one of my cousins that was visiting at the time when I had the Shadow of the Colossus demo, like the reason I tried to go faster and faster was that we actually started kind of competing and trying to like record like how fast each of us were beating it. So that was kind of a fun moment. Power boost, nice. You jack-offs aren't getting it. This is for me.
All for Sora! All for Sora!
More strength, less brains. Because that's
Hell,
clearly
looks
what
good.
happens to him as each game goes forward. To the point where Donald lambasts him in 3 for saying that he can't count. Aerial
Yeah, it
dive.
seems, as he gets older, his IQ just slowly melts into the floor.
It slowly starts to approach Goku levels of idiocy.
Surpasses him in more than one case. At least you know, Goku has a tactical mind to a certain degree.
I don't know. I feel like Goku's stupidity can only be reached if you do something as dumb as, like, fight the villain, give him a sensu bean to him as well as your son, so that you can have them do a fair fight.
Senzu bean! Doink.
Yeah. Father of the year.
No, Piccolo's not that bad.
No, I was referring to that in, like, the context of Goku as a joke. Piccolo's a legit father. Surrogate father, maybe, but still decent.
There was a really funny cartoon I saw a while back. It was like Father's Day in the Dragon Ball Z world. Goku gets a mug from, I think it's Goten, saying world's best dad.
Nice.
Gohan gives Piccolo a one saying world's best and hastily scribbled in green dad.
That's
Trunks
good.
gives one and Trunks gives one to Vegeta just saying a father.
That is what he is, by technicality.
Okay.
He is biologically my parent. The end.
Yes. Begrudgingly.
Only because, well...
Only because he lost one too many times in his career, and had to settle for an Earth woman.
That's the thing, it gets to a certain point where, like, bits in Dragon Ball Abridged are so much better than Dragon Ball Z.
And you just start, like, confusing the two. Yeah, I've had that
Yeah.
happen.
You conflate the two and it's like, oh no, wait, that's not how that happened in the original series. Everyone in that show was dumb.
Oh, what are you talking about? Ghost Nappa totally did go on to have a career.
Vegeta! Vegeta! I'm hunting you.
Time is racing forward. Man, that would have been more appropriate to say, like, when we were actually in Mulan World.
Or the gummy ship stage.
Vegeta, are we there yet?
Ah, that's right. Good old damn it, Nappa.
Yeah.
And then the stream just becomes nothing but BBZ abridged quotes.
Yeah, just gonna lose all those viewers. God. Ugh. Yeah, you know, with, like, another part about, like, this stage of the game being as hard as it is, the health orbs being dropped from enemies has diminished significantly. There was definitely a point early on where it felt like, especially like in Twilight Town or Hollow Bash, and it's like, yeah, I can take the damage, but when I kill them, I get basically an equal amount of health back from them.
Yeah, and these little sprite dudes only ever drop magic orbs.
Yeah.
Or is it drive orb? I forget.
Like drive orbs and money, or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, they're basically useless for the time being anyway. Remember that much.
Yeah, and they just keep two-shotting me over and over. Because I'm trying to be, like, conservative with my healing potions and let everyone else use it, but... I mean, look at them! They have potions on stock! They aren't using it! God damn it, Donald, you stingy motherfucker!
I forget, is there a tactics menu in the game?
I don't know, but I can check it right now.
Yeah. I cannot remember, like, I vaguely remember one of the games having a tactics menu for your other party members.
I'm pretty sure there is. I'll check. Oh wait, no, that's like the... Well, yeah, battle style. Target,
That's it.
huddle, fight close. We'll fight a target other than Sora. While Sora attacks, party members will support him. Yeah, like, none of these seem to, like, actually help with, Oh, hold on a second, I forget. Okay, yeah, like, it's set so that they're supposed to use it often. That's what the blue arrow's for. Red is, like, they use it only, like, in an emergency.
It's probably that it's like it only triggers it, you know, anything less than like say 20% health. But those guys have a habit of knocking you down to 22% health and the next hit kills you.
Yeah, more like 50 actually, because it is like a 2-shot.
Yeah, so probably something ridiculous like that.
Alright. Oh. Come on. Help a bro out. Goofy, Donald. Oh, screw it. Who cares? Okay. There, at least that's out of the way. Now I just need to worry about this fatso. You can hit him from behind, guys. Come on, it's not that hard. Oh, fine. Who cares?
Reminds me of not quite a few games, but the one which I always think of as being the worst for it is Clive Barker's Jericho.
Oh,
where
yeah. The
most
bad
of the
Clive
enemies
Barker game, unlike Undying.
Yeah. Most of the enemies in that can only be killed by aiming at a certain weak point. Like, if you aim at, like, arms, head, chest, whatever, unless you're hitting the big glowing pustule, it's not going to do a damn thing.
Yeah.
And your other team members never quite get to grips with the idea that hitting a target isn't quite the same as aiming at a target.
Yeah, that's rough.
Like, they will stand and they will shoot the enemy until the cows come home, but they will not hit any of the weak points.
Oh, man.
I suppose it's to make the game, you know, more difficult, for lack of a better term, but it just winds up making it aggravating.
Yeah. The last thing you want is to have, like, a Daikatana effect where, like, it's, like, so reliant on a specific thing that just does not work.
Yeah.
And, like, completely invalidates any other part of your game that could have been decent.
I mean, I still finished it, but, you know, I was very bored at the time.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that boredom will make you do.
I think once I got past, like, the 3/4 mark, at that point, it was just a grudge that was keeping me from playing, that was keeping me from putting the game down.
Yeah, that's
I was
a
like,
good point.
no, fuck you, Clive Barker. I'm getting this shit finished. Yeah, I know he had literally nothing else to do with the game, so what?
Yeah. At least in Undying, he got to voice a character.
Yeah.
Admittedly, kind of a bad performance, but whatever. Hey, here's this asshole.
It's the good water boy.
Demic's time.
I just love having Kingdom Hearts 3, like, the crux of the plan to get everyone back to life at the end is based solely on the fact that no one takes him seriously.
Yeah. And also, I just love the fact that, like, even in the context of the other organization members, they all, like, they just lambast him constantly. It's like, why are you even part of us? You're, like, useless than the people that are numbered higher and lower than you.
We only keep you around because we need to make up the numbers. He's like, okay, I'm totally cool with that, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot that, like, the first fight with him is just defeating the clones.
Yeah.
It's not like the actual fight in Hollow Bastion.
Yeah, if I remember, there's 2 fights where you need to kill the clones, and then the third time you need to kill, like, 100 in under 30 seconds or something.
Yeah. Oh, I'm actually going to try something. Because I forgot that I actually got a summon earlier, like last stream.
Oh, yeah! Chicken Little. That was, film.
Yeah. All because, yeah, just all because they originally wanted to get Pixar in here, but they couldn't. Because that was back during that time where it was unsure whether or not, like, Pixar would completely separate themselves from Disney entirely after a while. God fucking shit. I'm trying to manage all my healing, but like Chicken Little's not helping enough. But oh, thank God for this, actually.
Well, at least you're not redoing that fight.
Yeah, it's a decent checkpoint for now. You know what? Screw it.
FPS mode.
Yeah, the most awkward kind of way to go about it. Oh my god, they are so... You know, I'm just gonna ignore them. Fuck it. Just move forward. There's like a save point.
I mean, you can ignore like 70% of all the fights in the game.
I guess, but I still get XP. This isn't like it's a critical level 1 run. I'm not doing that. Yeah. Truth be told, though, I feel like I forget which summon it is again that like I ended up using the most when I wanted to actually level them up because excuse me, like unlike the dry forms, I'm pretty sure it's like you can use any summon and it will like increase the level, the experience on all of them.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So like I'm pretty sure because yeah, I think there was a point where like I didn't really use Chicken Little that much, but I forget
Honestly,
which of the others I used.
I think the one that I used most was probably Stitch.
Yeah, I think Stitch was a pretty solid one.
But I'm also like Lilo and Stitch is one of my favorite Disney movies, so you know.
Yeah, a movie in which Japan only likes one half of that. They only like the Stitch part because Hawaiian girls aren't their thing, I guess.
To the point where they got several seasons of a cartoon that saw limited release in the West.
Yeah, which boggles my mind because I remember like the first 2 movies and then the TV show that was designed to follow up immediately after the second movie because that was practically like a feature-length pilot. Oh
no, it was.
Yeah.
They were planning on doing a TV show, but for a while if they had like the first 3 or 4 episodes of a series done, they'd be like, okay, well, this is a multi-parter, so just do it as a TV show.
Yeah. I don't have any more levels to get with Valor, but I just want to end this right now. Wail on Pete's stupid face. Sorry, Pete.
Oh, yeah.
Your voice actor is incredible. Love Jim Cummings, but you are such a weird presence in this entire series.
Well, it's the fact as well that he has the most interaction with like the primary bad guys in the game as well. Like him, Maleficent, and Organization 13 almost kind of, sort of, but not quite team up throughout the game.
Yeah.
And then in the third one, they're like, we're still relevant to the plot. And you're like, oh, bless. That's so cute.
We got away with doodly squat. Jesus Christ, Pete. What the hell?
Ow. But yeah, literally every time he shows up, it's like, and we're here too. Well, goodbye.
Yeah.
What are you actually doing? We'll never tell you until the bonus cutscene at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's friggin' wonderful. Thank you.
True.
So what were you actually doing? Well, we're not going to tell you until the next Kingdom Hearts. Oh, fuck off.
Okay. Oh, got him in a juggle. Yes. Oh. Oh yeah, that's right. Like when you're you can press square like in Valor form while in midair for like a midair like early combo finish. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about Kingdom Hearts 2 is that the combat in it is like ridiculously deep when you actually start to investigate it.
Yeah.
Like literally on a par with Devil May Cry.
Kinda, it's weird, but obviously because of the reaction commands and other stuff, there's like a feeling of a whole lot of stuff changing in ways that like never really like make sense initially.
Yeah.
At least I feel like DMC is a bit better at like making that context seem a bit more like consistent.
Yeah, parts of it aren't really communicated well to the player compared to, say, Devil May Cry. But even then, Devil May Cry is like, yeah, you either go online to work this shit out or work it out for yourself.
Yep. Okay, that was pretty good. Eat stupid shit. Take that. Yeah! Trinity Limit!
Woo!
Alright.
And hyper healing.
Oh yeah, that too. I barely pay attention to a lot of the abilities that, like, all my party members get.
I mean, I remember it being useful a few times.
Yeah. Trinity Limit. Limited command that uses teamwork to unleash the powerful Trinity attack. Unfortunately, it does not involve grabbing a dude, like, shoving their face to the ground and then football kicking it while shouting, "Here goes!"
Wait a minute, Maleficent just dodged out of the way of all three attacks. What the fuck?
Oh god, as if she could ever be as baller as Duracon C. Mikado.
You know, I can kind of picture her in a pair of dungarees. It looks a bit weird, but she rocks it.
Yeah. So then would that make, like, Aurora the one that, like, she puts, like, in the core of that satellite to try and, like, fry the Earth with the microwave beam?
Dominique?
Yeah, like the one in place of Dominique. Would that be Aurora then?
Well, I mean, they're both technically in some sort of medically induced coma, so yeah.
Yeah, I guess that sounds right.
Well, granted, Aurora's, you know, not cyborg, but I mean,
Oh,
still
but what
makes
if she
a
was?
weird amount of sense.
What if she had that one where she wakes up and then just bodies like half a dozen motherfuckers?
Just wakes up like, wait, didn't I used to have organs? I distinctly remember having a lot less metal in me, like, before I went to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, come on. These stupid, like, colors.
Yeah, I remember this fight taking forever no matter what difficulty you play.
Yeah.
And the camera freaking the fuck out.
Okay. Yeah, it gets a bit wonky for sure. But there we go. Now for the most annoying part that I feel when people try to emphasize it, like, end up making it more annoying. Although I don't think I heard Phil...
Maneuver yourself to the beast's rear. Maneuver yourself to the beast's rear.
But yeah, I don't think I actually heard him say that because I got there fast enough that he didn't. That, like, not Danny DeVito didn't get the chance to spam it. But yeah, it's like that was definitely one of the earliest instances where, like, people, like, try and highlight it to be all like, oh man, listen to how annoying this is. But they go about it to the point where it's like, you've circled around to being just as annoying as the thing you're trying to mock. So, this doesn't work anymore. Fuck you. You suck.
Yeah. Trying to highlight the annoyance of something by being annoying yourself, it's a double negative.
Absolutely. Oh, god damn it, Goofy. Oh, never mind. he had kind of knocked out, but Donald helped him out in the end. Let's see. God, we are so close to finishing this world that we can get on to the best one. Oh, that actually looked really cool. Oh, fuck off.
Ah.
My turn.
Mickey's here to fuck shit up.
Wow, he's showing up here more often than he does in actual Disney canon.
He's showing up in the fights that I never had him show up on my first playthrough. What the hell?
I think there's like a multiplier or something for the, like, the higher the difficulty, the higher the odds of him showing up in a boss fight.
Yeah.
Or something. There's like some kind of mechanic in the background where, you know, also, like, if you're doing one of the Organization 13 fights, and you've basically got a guaranteed chance of him showing up.
Yeah.
I remember reading about the odds years ago.
Oh yeah. I do recall like seeing him show up a lot when I was doing like the story mandated like organization fights. That much is clear.
Yeah.
Oh wait! Oh god damn it! He's stunned now. But I can't do the reaction command on him because I'm not Sora. God damn it, game! What are you doing? Oh no. Please just hit one of you guys.
He'll do.
Yep, good, because this is all I need to get the finishing blow.
Whoopah!
Hercules never did this as cool as as I just did. Oh, Arian is here. Hey, yeah, thanks for showing up. Yeah. I guess it's not surprising because I'm also the same way where it's like I follow like someone's stream, but I very rarely, if ever, manage to actually make it to one of them as they're happening. So yeah, glad at least you could make it. We just finished up Hercules.
Got one of the better early Keyblades.
That's true. Yeah. And we're about to go to the best world.
On World?
I think 12-year-old, 13-year-old me would have said that. It's probably time differences as well, for sure.
I'm still saying it now.
Yeah. I mean, I still... I guess between the two worlds that are based on live-action Disney films, I always give more credit to Tron World than Pirates World. I feel like that was like a lot more endearing overall than how it was done with Pirates. You gonna abuse gravity magic, or are you gonna refrain from that? I might if people request it. I can't recall, like, if I actually made a whole lot of use of it, because I think once I got to the point where critical stops being extremely difficult and limiting, I just kept mashing that circle button and did not stop.
I know the Pride Rock exploit was removed for Final Mix and HD.
Was that... I forget, was that exploit like enemy related, like spawns or whatever, or that has to do with like a certain spell?
Yeah, you go to the top of Pride Rock in I think it's the second visit to the Lion King world.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, now that you mentioned that location.
You go up there, use gravity, it either attracts or it spawns everything on the map at once, and you level up ridiculously fast.
Oh my god. Man, why aren't we playing that version? Oh wait, I know why. It doesn't have critical mode. Moving on.
Yeah, you're the dumbass who was like, let's play critical mode. This one's on you, buddy.
Yep. Sing a song and have some fun when all the work is done. CAPTAINJACK. Oh wait, that's not the Mickey Mouse Club March. I forgot. DDR's ruined my brain.
Yep. We did this last time.
Yeah, it's not gonna leave me. At least Captain Jack, I feel like, is, if you could call it that, one of the more dignified things to reference in like the DDR music catalog compared to some of the others.
Barely.
I mean, it's more so than I feel trying to like sell people these days on like listening to anything by Smile DK. as much as like Butterfly was like the thing that existed since the very beginning.
I know way too many people that anytime there was any kind of group gathering, people would be like, put on Butterfly! And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, I am hearing that song in my sleep.
Yeah, and it's like, even I'm tired of that as someone who started ironically liking Smile DK's music before finally admitting, no, the irony is a lie, I actually do like it. I just prefer the other songs. This is what happens when you suffer from irony poisoning. You try and save face by saying, oh, but I mean it ironically, bro. I don't mean it seriously. But then you keep going at it, and then look what happens. You're the dumbass with the clown makeup.
Yeah, there's a certain point where irony stops being irony and starts becoming sincerity.
Yeah, like what happened with FYAD.
Turns out if you make a containment zone for a certain type of people, they see it as a pre-made home for them. What are the odds?
Yeah. Was I a good
So
sub
weird.
for him? God, no. You were the fucking worst. Reaper telling it how it is. God. Yeah,
Now watch as we get goon rushed in the stream. We're just gonna be like, cool, we've got viewers. I'm happy.
I guess that'd be a miracle considering despite posting like in the Let's Stream thread, I feel like anytime I get views, it's not actually from there. It's from the places that I post the Discord link. So goons clearly aren't paying attention. I take it. You're not here to listen to me like talk about how ironically liking DDR music doesn't actually make sense because you actually do like it. Don't ask me about the various songs by Erotic that I know the titles to.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember there was a TV show in the UK back in the 90s called Eurotrash, which would deal with like the really weird side of European culture, shall we say.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, this is the PS2 version.
Yeah, this absolutely is with the old English translation patch. There's like a second, more recent one that's actually based on some of the updated stuff from the HD version of Final Mix, but I'm not using that because it forces like a widescreen hack on it, and I'm playing this on my CRT, which is like I'm outputting the PS2 through like a distribution amplifier, so I can play it on the CRT while also having it go to my capture card. But yeah, you were talking about Eurotrash, the other appropriate synonym for Eurodance.
Yeah, they would occasionally cover, let's just say out there music.
Yeah.
And Erotic showed up more than once.
Like, and I think the crazier part about Erotic is that yes, they had like their own songs featured in DDR, but they were the ones that had where the titles and like the contents of the lyrics, well, I think the lyrics still had to do with it, but not the song titles, were explicitly based around sex.
Yeah, when you actually look at some of the songs featured in the DDR series, it's like, you know, someone should tell them that's a little bit racy for what is ostensibly a family-friendly game.
I guess that's family friendly by way of like how the Japanese audience views it. because that song list always gets changed no matter what when it came to like the English releases, which is why I got tired of those and stuck to playing Step Mania with like the DDR like first through 8 mix song packs because people obviously made those. But like just. Yeah, it's like, you look at, like, the stuff that Erotic has, like, the things that come to mind are, like, the titles like Do It All Night and, for instance, and it's like, yeah, that's kind of racy, but it's also not as explicit as Help Me Dr. Dick or Fritz Love My Tits.
I mean, you can say there's a degree of plausible deniability when you can, like, do it all night long. Okay, clearly they're talking about dancing and going to clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Help Me Dr. Dick is a little bit less subtle.
Yeah. But then there's some where, like, it's also very explicit, but gives very good life advice, like, Max, don't have sex with your ex. You know, like, yes, like, their songs may be, like, trashy sex-filled, but sometimes they have very, like, important things to teach.
It's like a modern-day version of 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover.
And I think the actually crazier part about that is that some of the songs straight up, because, surprise, surprise, I have listened to some Erotic songs, and they actually have ties to other ones. Like, I think, like, it might be, like, I'm getting it reversed or not, but I want to say that, like, Max, Don't Have Sex With Your Ex is designed as like a sequel to like Fritz, Love My Tits, or it's the other way around. Like, because like they keep mentioning like the same like guys' names over and over in those songs. And it's just like, you are creating like a tapestry of lore in these dumb Eurodance songs that I don't know if I appreciate or not.
The erotic musical universe. Still better than anything DC managed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went there.
And depending on how much you want to troll people, better than Marvel's universe.
I tapped out with Endgame. That was it for me. I could not care less about anything else. Except
That's
maybe
fair.
Guardians 3.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess, like, I forget, is James Gunn still on
Yeah.
that? Okay. Yeah, because I know that
Yeah.
he had been busy putting out, like, the Suicide Squad, which, as I discovered, has a scene that is based entirely on his involvement with Lollipop Chainsaw, and it
Yep.
doesn't make me want to watch the Suicide Squad, but just seeing that scene and then, like, kind of, like, the details about it online makes me happy that he put it in anyway.
Yeah.
I'm glad that he was able to, like, even though his forte isn't directing movies and doing Lollipop Chainsaw was, like, his one time in video games, that it still left, like, an impression on him in some way.
Yeah, we watched it at the weekend, and I don't know what I was expecting from it, but it was a bloody good film. I mean, obviously, it helps if you like, you know, like, if you liked Birds of Prey, you'll get a lot out of this, because they're in a very similar dark comedic theme. But I mean, if you've seen like Slither or Tromeo and Juliet from James Gunn,
I've heard
you'll enjoy it even more.
I've heard of Slither and seen bits of it. Like, Tromeo and Juliet is the first I've ever heard that title.
He was one of the writers on. You've heard of Trauma films, yeah?
Trauma films? Like, the
Take
name
that as a
sounds.
no.
I mean, the name sounds familiar, that by itself, but, like, I've always not seen it.
Yeah. Okay. Trauma was essentially a film company that was created in the 70s by a guy called Lloyd Kaufman, which was deliberately designed to make trashy movies. you know?
Okay.
They did the Toxic Avenger movies, which spawned the Toxic Crusader cartoon.
Okay, that I'm familiar with.
They did movies like Sergeant Kabuki Man, NYPD, Surf Nazis Must Die, and they also did a whole load of more serious but no less fucked up movies.
Oh
And
boy.
in the mid-90s, they gave James Gunn a shot at working on one of their films, which a lot of their films take place in the land of Tromaville. So there's a lot of crossover. Like, you'll get Sergeant Kabuki Man showing up in other films, as well as Toxie from the Toxic Avengers. So they were doing the shared universe long before Marvel and DC were.
Okay, that's actually amazing.
Yeah. Like, they predate it by at least a good 15 or 20 years.
Amazing.
So they took a shot on James Gunn, and they were like, you know what? Show us what you got.
Yeah.
So he did a movie called Tromeo and Juliet, which is set in Tromaville, and is a very loose adaptation of Romeo and Juliet.
I bet.
And when I say loose, I mean extremely. I don't recall the original work of the Bard having the phrase miserable fucking monkeys in heat at any point in it, but, you know, we might be working from a different translation than what was originally. You know, like, language evolves and adapts, so maybe that was the original one.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's one of those films that, like, I genuinely don't want to say anything about it other than just watch it, because
Kind of
I
like
can
how.
guarantee you won't have seen anything like it.
Yeah, kind of like how, like, someone from, like, the Retro Goon Discord, like, recommended to me in the exact same way to watch From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yes, very, very similar sensibilities. Is what
Okay,
I'll say.
that actually has me definitely more curious now, because I dug From Dusk Till Dawn. Like, with it being one of the few moments in which I heeded someone's advice to not look up anything about it. Well,
Oh, no.
it's entirely not true. The only thing I looked up was obviously for, like, the name and to, like, look for a copy. But I mainly just looked up the part where it was like, oh, it's directed by Robert Rodriguez.
This way.
I feel like this explains everything already, and I don't know what's contained in it.
Robert Rodriguez loved the old Grindhouse movies.
Yeah.
Like, they were hugely influential on him. And a lot of Troma's output falls into the grindhouse exploitation genre.
I could see that.
Definitely their older stuff. Their newer stuff is kind of like half and half, you know.
Yeah.
But
Well, I
their
mean, like
older
with
stuff,
with like a lot of like the titles that you were listing off, they do sound very grindhousey.
Oh yeah, let me get a list of some of the films that they've done. Also, going back to James Gunn, he's actually put Lloyd Kaufman in quite a lot of his movies as a cameo. He
Nice.
shows up in both Guardians of the Galaxies, and he's also in Suicide Squad as well.
That's cool.
Can't remember where he is in that, but he's definitely in there. Film entertainment.
These guys are kind of annoying to hit because of how often they reel their heads back.
Yeah.
And it's real hard to hit the magic with them.
So one of their other major franchises is the Class of Nukem High series.
Mm-hmm.
Class of Nukem High, Class of Nukem High 2, Subhumanoid Meltdown, Class of Nukem High 3, the good, the bad, and the Subhumanoid.
That's good.
Return to Nukem High, Volume 1, and Return to Nukem High.
Return
aka
to
Volume
Return
2.
to, holy shit.
They're also responsible for the infamous Poltergeist, Night of the Chicken Dead. They put out the last horror film, which was very, very dark comedy. Well, it has comedic moments, but I wouldn't really call it a comedy, you know?
Okay.
Rabid Grannies, which is exactly what it sounds about.
Oh no, Minnie's in danger. But yes, keep reading them off as I kill all these goons before calling Minnie over to the throne, because it's more practical to do it that way instead of wading through all these bastards.
Terra Firma, Jeff Town, Hectic Knife, Killer Condom, Redneck Zombies, Six Sock Monsters from Outer Space, Sizzle Beach, USA, Dumpster Baby, Death by Temptation, Heavy Mental, a rock and roll bloodbath, and Yeti, a love story.
Aw, how sweet.
That's just a small sample of their output. They usually put out about 3 or 4 movies a year. And all of their stuff is deliberately done to excess. And it's, as I said, you look at James Gunn's output and you look at the stuff that he was doing with Troma and you're like, oh, well, that makes perfect sense then.
Yeah. And also,
Like,
I totally see even more, again, just because I'm still thinking again about, like, that scene in the Suicide Squad that is, like, inspired by a bit from Lollipop Chainsaw. And just how, and obviously how Suda would be so gravitated to James Gunn's style and, like, wanting to collab with him on more stuff. Like, he actually talked about that recently, where he's like, he really wants to do another thing with James Gunn, but knows that he probably won't be able to do it for, like, another 10 years because his schedule with, like, movies is so packed.
Yeah, I mean, we're not, I think it came out recently, we're not going to see Guardians Volume 3 until, like, 2023 at the earliest.
Yeah, so, yeah, he's still got that to work on.
Yeah, because a lot of people, I think he did an interview or an AMA recently, something like that.
Yeah.
And which is where, you know, stuff like the Lollipop Chainsaw shout out came from.
Yeah.
And they were like, so, you know, was there any conflict between you working for DC and you working for Marvel as well? And he was like, well, no, because at that point I was a free agent.
This way.
Yeah,
Like, Marvel fired me. As far as I was concerned, you know, I was free to do whatever I wanted.
This way.
And then they came back and they were like, okay, so we didn't realize exactly who it was that got you fired in the first place. We're kind of really sorry.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it wasn't in as many words, and, you know, he was very diplomatic about it, but that was basically the gist of it. It's like, yeah, sorry, we didn't realize that we were listening to someone who was so closely Nazi adjacent.
Oh, yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. I shall not mention the gentleman's name, but let's just say he has form. He has priors.
Great.
But
But
He's
those names are good, and I'm glad Arian enjoys it. He says that like those sound like something that he'd watch on his like B movie bullshit nights.
yeah, like
They sound
the
like a
thing.
good time.
Oh yeah, it's like I I've been collecting like certain films on Blu-ray. And I've finally gotten all the Marvel movies that I want. So it was like, okay, what should my next big movie collection type thing be?
Hmm.
I know, I'm gonna get lots of trash and exploitation movies. That sounds brilliant.
Home?
Yeah.
So the three of the most recent films which I've got in that genre are Chopping Mall, which is about a bunch of horny teenagers breaking into a mall and getting murdered by psychotic security robots.
That's
Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers,
okay. That's pretty good.
and Sorority Babes in the Slimeball Bolorama.
Man, you know what? Oh man, this is just reminding me of. I feel like of a couple old Calvin and Hobbes strips where it's like
Yes,
that.
the kind of
That's
films
those
that he would always
sound
talk
like
about.
the names of like some trashy like adult films that like Calvin would try and and fail to convince his parents to let him watch on cable or something like that.
Yeah, like him wanting to go see Sock Puppet Hackathon Adventure Part 6, The Rehackening.
Yeah, time to go through the
No,
door
it's
to the best part of the game.
oh no, it's all grayscale and we're super simple.
Hey, look! There's the cornerstone of light.
The one thing I do love about this section is that all the sound effects in that are completely muffled.
Yeah, they're muffled. I would not be surprised if they also tried to like program it to be like mono as well.
I'm pretty sure it is. I remember
Yeah.
before the game came out, or just after actually, because they kept this section pretty quiet.
Oh yeah.
But after it came out, they were like, yeah, we tried to make it sound as close to, like if we took a cartoon from the 1940s and played it today with the deteriorated sound, we tried to look into that as much as into making it sound as much as possible like that.
That's great.
Yeah, it's you can fault the Kingdom Hearts series for a lot, but their dedication is out of this world.
Yeah. Anyway, we got a new ring. It gives us more AP and an extra point of strength. This is what I was talking about. When you get to this part of the game, things start to get a bit easier because you can actually start buying accessories from the Moogle shops that'll actually give you meaningful stat boosts.
Yeah.
It's really good.
And then you get to Kingdom Hearts 3, where in the first hour of the game they give you a plus 10 AP accessory, and it's like, well, why do I even bother anymore?
Jeez, man.
Like the game really wants you to equip as much as possible, but then it kind of falls down with not giving you much to do with all those fancy AP.
Yeah. Unless, I guess, if you were to, play on critical mode or something, but I don't know, because it's I looked up the stuff that, critical does for KH3 that was, added with, their update and DLC. It's again, it still doesn't do the thing this does, where, it boosts your damage to 1.5 its regular value. But the other weirder, but still kind of interesting thing is how there's, different, medals you could equip to make that mode even harder or easier, depending on what you want.
Oh yeah, the punishment mode or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Which seems
Yeah,
interesting, but none of what I saw when I was just looking through the lists online didn't seem like there was anything that brought it closer to what this game did in terms of making you feel like a glass cannon.
Yeah, they said that the Remind DLC was essentially Kingdom Hearts 3 Final Mix. Just that because they could do DLC now, they could, they didn't have to re-release the game.
Yeah, but it ended up feeling smaller than actual Final Mix releases did in the past as a result of that, didn't it?
Yeah, the actual final mixes are essentially entire game-wide changes, there's stuff in this which, well, like critical mode, which completely changes how the game plays.
Yeah.
And outside of the actual DLC areas, it doesn't seem like there's too much in terms of rebalancing, you know? Like, the Final Mix games have completely different character palettes, you know? Enemies
Yeah.
change the way they look completely.
Oh yeah, and like even with this game, like we all remember like the major differences going from vanilla to Final Mix when we get to Nightmare Before Christmas. You know,
yeah.
that change, which like
Oh.
still like it impressed me even still when I finally got to it for the first time when I played the HD version, because I still remember like how it was in the vanilla. Like your outfit did not change going from Halloween Town to Christmas Town, but they made it in Final Mix, and that's like that felt huge.
Yeah, there's lots of there's lots of changes that no one but the absolutely obsessed would notice, and there's lots of quality of life improvements as well. And Remind just doesn't have much of that. It's more focused on the post-game content than it is on updating the main game, and that's probably why I've never bought it. I don't and that and the fact that it's like full price for essentially a bit of post-game DLC.
Yeah. I know I'm not gonna buy Kingdom Hearts 3 at this point, especially since I already like watched like a full stream playthrough of like the main game. But I feel like I still need to like find like a good one that I could just watch with like all the Remind DLC content just to know, which feels weird. But I feel like the part that makes it difficult is that I keep bringing the channel up because I had recently gotten into it thanks to Raph, but Gigaboots, like I got up to speed on the Kingdom Hearts plot because they did like streams of like all like the major Kingdom Hearts games that were supposed to factor into Kingdom Hearts 3, and like that was at least hilarious because of just everyone losing their minds and how incredibly stupid it was. And as far as from what I've seen, they've not done a stream of them going through like the Remind DLC. They've done it for the vanilla game, which was, they did it a year after the game released because they had one of their friends who was completely like not knowledgeable in any way about like Kingdom Hearts prior to it. Like they had only played a little bit of the first game and had to just figure out what the hell was going on based on that limited knowledge.
Well, there's this kid who's the only one who can use a Keyblade until everyone can use them, and then shit gets wacky.
Yeah.
And then there's these dudes in leather trench coats who look like they're flashers, but, well, jury's still out on most of them. Oh well.
Yeah. I don't know. He at least had like the more sensible idea when he was trying to it was Dr. Aggro, he was trying to figure out like what the difference between nobodies and heartlesses are, and his was naturally the one that actually makes more sense, where the person that doesn't have the heart should be a heartless, but instead it's a nobody. And he was noticeably pissed about that because it's like, oh, I'm sorry, my answer was the one that made sense.
Yeah, I've been playing these fucking games for like nearly 20 years now, and half that shit still doesn't make sense.
It's so dumb.
Like, what? Okay, so what's the difference between a heartless, a nobody, and an unversed? Spelling, mostly.
Oh, you mean unbirthed. Which they almost tried to name them. But I guess, like, North American branch stopped them because it's like, you're gonna get some very pissy groups of people, on your doorstep about this.
I just imagine someone sitting No More down with a laptop and saying, so you think your fan base is weird now? And then he just shows them, like, the first 5 pages of Google, and it's like,
oh
yeah, God. You are not prepared.
Oh, man. Instead, we just get tiny, little, spindly gremlins that just look like they're flexing everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I need to, go on a proper deep dive to find out some of because there's still bits and pieces that don't make sense to me and I'm still not sure about. Primarily, like, what Xemnas was trying to do, or Xehanort rather, was trying to do beyond wall science.
Yeah.
Because, like, a lot of it is basically, why are you doing this? Because I can. No one else can. Okay, so why do you need 13 versions of you? Because that's what my plot requires.
Yes.
I need it because plot, fuck you. It's like, well, that's fine and dandy, but are you planning on elucidating any of this to us at any point? No.
No. And that's why our context of the plot is way better.
Our context of the plot weaves in various universes such as Marvel,
Erotic.
Erotic. Craft movies, you know. This is the deepest lore. We are so far under the iceberg, you would need to dig up for about a month just to reach those.
Yeah. These card enemies are so annoying because like you can't knock them out of that shit, man. God.
Especially the ones in the secret dungeon where you're going to the.
God, that's right. Fuck those things.
Yeah, those things fucked me up more than anything.
Yeah, so about me saying that the game starts to get a bit easier at this point. Oh, I guess to be fair, it's just this one area, this one challenge, because of the stupid car enemies.
I remember the bouncing girder one being a bit difficult as well.
Kinda, I don't know. I feel like I got through it just fine by like by hanging to dear life on the reaction commands.
Well, that's the thing. After a certain point, the game just becomes press X to kill things, and then occasionally press A or triangle.
I feel like using like the Japanese setup for like the controls makes a lot more sense because it's circle to attack, and so like your thumb naturally rests over both circle and triangle more naturally. I actually found that a lot easier when it came to like the final reaction command in the last Xemnas fight. You know the parts.
All
the lasers.
See, that bit is badass as hell.
It is badass, but it's also a bit easier to like manage if you actually are playing it like this original Japanese version where you can just... It's a lot easier to reach both of the buttons.
Yeah.
Instead of X and triangle.
I don't remember having too many problems with it to begin with.
Yeah.
I remember that health you used to have?
Yeah. God damn.
Yeah, so the cars are way more relentless on this than literally
Oh, it was so
any
close.
other.
I think that was the last one.
Yeah.
I think it's like, God. I want Valor form for like the longer combos, but I can't block in Valor. That's the bigger problem. I completely forgotten like how I actually got through this the first time because I guess it was just like persevering, more or less. Because you also have to deal with like these like bits of fire and like keep them away. The rest of these challenges in Timeless River, I do recall like not giving me as much trouble as this. It's just these because of how prominent like the cars are.
Well, there's always like one big enemy in every stage that gives you trouble. Like normally it's the fatties, or when in China it's the centaurs. Here it's the cars. You know.
Yeah. Look at that! I was trying to get a combo on him. I missed one of my attacks, and he just went straight into getting his like special attack off.
Yeah.
I'm not stopping
Try one
this.
of the other sections?
No. I always do it this way. I'm stubborn like that.
Okay, Ahab, good luck with that whale.
This whale that's shaped like a 1920s automobile.
It's an allegory.
I know.
Damn it.
Oh my God.
It's still valid, damn it.
Sure be nice if Mickey were to show up. But I guess they didn't want to, like, bother making yet another model change for this. God,
Well,
could you imagine if they did that for, like, all the other worlds that have, like, different outfit changes. Like, imagine what Tron Mickey would look like.
I'm thinking that sounds kind of badass, personally.
Oh, yeah. Certainly does.
Yeah, I mean, this is set in the past, so Mickey wouldn't even have any of his abilities anyway. Because he's just like a dude.
Yeah. He's just some dude that wants to pilot a steamboat.
Yeah, it's not until the Kingdom of the Musketeers that he's like, oh wait, I should go on a quest.
Yeah. And Pete, inexplicably, like, while being something of a jerk with a heart of gold in this time, is a huge, just somehow, like, I feel like we're missing the steps in the Kingdom Hearts lore of, like, what else, like, was the catalyst for Pete no longer being a jerk with a heart of gold to just being a big stupid jerk.
I think it was probably around about the time Goofy moved away from his neighborhood.
Okay, so like the Goof Troop, or whatever, like that factors into the plot.
Goof Troop is canon to Kingdom Hearts 3. Prove me wrong.
Yeah. Man,
Well,
remember when Pete got banished to the Phantom Zone because he was a poor sport at losing a talent show?
Oh god.
Birth by sleep, everyone!
Yeah, it's canon. No, I remember
And it was
saying
Minnie that banished him, not Mickey. Mickey was just off doing fucking whatever against Sid's tower. She was the one actually running everything. She's the monarch with the real power.
I remember someone saying, again, it's like one of the... it's a game of telephone, like someone posting quote-unquote translated interviews that no one else seems to have found. But I remember someone trying to say that, Mickey basically always wanted to be Pete's friend, but when she, yeets him off into another dimension, once Mickey finds out, he's like, oh no, that was a bad thing you did. No, Pete's my friend.
That's rough.
So again, don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, it would make things a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
Were it so, because like there's a whole game there on, him trying to save Pete and like Pete going full Riku midway through it.
Oh god.
Why, I don't need any of this. Yous are all bums.
It's just the Sora and Riku dynamic, except the intelligence levels are inverted. Like, Mickey's the one who's competent, and Pete's just the big stupid oaf.
Although, strangely, the heights of the two protagonists involved are still exactly the same.
Ain't that the truth?
And then instead of getting tormented by, one of the many Xemnas Xehanort clones, it's Maleficent that's trying to be like, nah, dude, your bro's a dick.
Okay, that's at least that's one of them down. Okay. Just gotta let him do his stupid charge around. Please don't set the building on fire entirely. Oh, thank fucking God!
Oh, Jesus.
We're done. We're done with you, stupid challenge. There, that deserved the bird. Okay. Now we can go on to the more manageable stuff. Though I think I'm also gonna save.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I do not remember these sections being anywhere near this difficult.
I feel like it's just that one. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, cause like we dealt with the black hole in Mickey's room. Like that was totally fine. I just mashed circle all day and flew around whacking everything. And now we just gotta... This one at least is actually fun and manageable. Like, the airplane enemy heartlesses aren't a big issue, but you at least get to have fun with the toy cannons. Stomp
right.
bomb!
I forgot about the Gulliver's Travels level.
Yeah. I mean, makes sense. It stuns them at least while also dealing damage, but doesn't do like a killing blow.
Yeah.
Which is fine, I guess. These aren't cars with stupid like attacks that have super armor, so it's fine.
Yeah, correction. Super armor and priority.
Yeah. Okay. Let me stun everything. Yeah, like this is the best part because you can reuse that main like tower to stun them. Like this is cool. Yeah, it's just saving the building that's on fire. That's the worst that this world gets. Everything else is practically a breeze.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might be
try.
speaking too soon because you talked about like the construction girder one, and I'm not gonna like try and claim that that's also gonna be easy at this point.
Yeah, I remember that one specifically that I had lots of trouble with. I think that's mainly because once the hammers start doing their attack,
Yeah.
you start getting bounced up into the air and you can't control anything.
Yeah, something like that. But you also still have the reaction commands to try and mitigate that. That's like the idea, like air slash. I think that's why I said that I did not have much trouble with this because it launches you, but it also launches everyone. So it kind of makes it like, oh fuck, well that didn't work. God damn it.
I think my main problem was because of everyone's not getting bounced up at the same time, so actually hitting them with the reaction command becomes really difficult.
That's why you mash it, to get more airtime until they actually come up to your level. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm actually hitting some of them. That's fine.
Good start.
And I still got plenty of drive gauge to work with because I upgraded Valor to, like, level 3 or whatever it is. Maximum AP increased. Okay, cool. Let's actually survive so I can keep this level up. There we go. Nice.
Hey.
Yeah, see, only died once that time, as opposed to the, I don't know, maybe a dozen on the burning building.
I stopped counting because it would have made us both feel very sad.
Wait, I don't need to go back here. What the hell? I meant to go. I meant to
So
go
did
this
that say
way.
seen ob the fire?
Because right now we gotta get back old Pete's steamboat. We gotta steal it from future Pete, who does not get a style change. Carry things back.
Yeah, this is pretty easy.
Yeah. Still, this is a fun level, with which doubles as like a bit of time travel, because the whole idea why we had to like protect these certain places is that if any of these like major locations we went to were to be completely destroyed by the Heartless, Disney Castle would cease to be.
No, Pete, you've created a time paradox.
Dodge slash. Okay.
Now we're
Getting
the good
more
shit.
and more abilities. This is the good shit.
Yeah. Now we can actually do stuff.
You'll pay for this?
Yeah, sure you will, Jim. Sure you will. Have I mentioned
back
how
to
much
the
I
100
like
Acre
Jim
Woods.
Cummings? He's a great voice actor. God bless him. Presumably also a nice guy too. I like to think so.
I've not heard anything terrible about him.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
hopefully it stays that way. I mean, for God's sake, he's also the voice of Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, I've not heard anything bad about him, and I don't plan on looking right now.
Same. Yeah, I'll just keep appreciating the voice of Pooh, Pete, Cat from Cat Dog,
The mask from Splatterhouse.
Conrad Marburg, which is a
Oh yes, from
Alpha Protocol.
Alpha Protocol.
Yeah.
Yes.
that is absolutely one of my favorite roles because it's like compared to all the others like characters he's known for, he does a pretty good job playing a genuinely, like, not overly cartoonish villain. You know?
He is genuinely like a creepy bad guy.
He's like exhibiting like Tony J energy in his villainry.
Which makes sense because the pair of them were really good friends.
Yeah. Like that makes a lot of sense. You know, like seasoned voice actors with a whole lot of range and like experience.
I think the main thing though is that, you know, like, Jim Cummings hasn't really done that much outside of his usual wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that's because people just ask him to do like the Winnie the Pooh, the Pete voice, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Because you listen to him in Splatterhouse, and his delivery for some of the more poetic lines in the game is amazing.
That's true. Yeah, and I'm just thinking again about all the great stuff with like Conrad and Marburg and Alpha Protocol, and just how amazing it felt once I followed the instructions to be able to get his boss fight, so you could kill him early.
I got it first time.
well, I didn't get it first time because the thing that I was missing is that I didn't go for like the suave characteristic as my main personality. That was the thing. Because you have to, not only do you have to use the suave option in every conversation with him, but you also have to like basically establish that as your main character during like the very beginning of the game. Because that's how your dossier gets established and that's how he knows you. So you just annoy the shit out of him until you just goad him with the biggest like fuck you speech ever in the museum that he just loses and go, I will fucking kill you, Thornton.
I had heard that you were supposed to be some kind of a professional. Clearly I'll need to amend this mistake.
Yeah. The only thing I still haven't gone with him, which is unfortunate because I feel like I should have gotten all the steps for it, is at the end of the game when you go back to Alpha Protocol headquarters, and that because of how like Parker, like the old like tech dude that like knows everything, like his daughter was the one like who's like gets used as a hostage and based on your decisions either dies or not or survives. I could not, for whatever reason, despite I thinking I got all the steps correctly, I could not get the scene where Marburg where Parker discovers that Marburg killed his granddaughter, or daughter, or whoever it was, and then just ices him for it. Yeah,
that game has so much going on under the hood.
It is amazing, the flowcharty shit that goes on with like the character interactions and dialogue. For what is such like a broken, kind of misguided series of design decisions. It is my favorite, like, janky, like, middle-of-the-road RPG ever. Because everything else about it, like, what else have people done that's remotely similar to it? Outside of Obsidian themselves. Which even then, you can't really argue that any of their other stuff comes close to that.
Oh no, I mean, it's... When you get down to it, it is a nothing game, And I don't mean that as in it's a pathetic game. It's like, it's a game that no one thinks about, no one talks about. It's basically all but forgotten to time.
It's like, it is a game that is defined by being so squarely in the middle of the PS3, Xbox 360 gen.
Yeah, and all people really know about it is its reputation, which is... It was rushed out too early. Like, if they'd had another 8 months to work on it, I have no doubt it would have been one of the biggest cult classics of that generation.
Which is weird, because I feel like it's still a cult classic to me, damn it, but I understand that New Vegas came out that same year and is way more fondly remembered.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, because it's only really remembered by weirdos like us.
Bring it on.
Yeah, because we actually like unique shit.
Yeah, because we're the only ones that would bother to put any kind of time into a game that's generally considered to be broken by anyone with, I want to say, normal tastes.
Yeah, and like not just broken, but broken to the point where like you said it would have needed like another 8 months of polish before getting released. I think that's true, but by the same token, like based on like the stories I've heard about like that game's development that I can agree with is that like they really did not have like the best or clearest idea of like what an espionage RPG should have been since the outset. Like it kind of needs not just the technical polish, but something of like a almost like a page one rewrite on like what the sort of structure and like RPG elements needed to be in order to work. Because at the end of the day, like, sure, you could polish it, but it would still be a game that is defined by you cannot reasonably do a non-lethal playthrough because you get goaded into a lot of, like, forced boss fights, and the only weapon tree that's worth the damn is the pistol.
I think I used SMGs. I deliberately stayed away from the pistol because everyone talked about how overpowered it was, and I still wanted some kind of challenge.
Well, yeah, like, I stuck with the pistol because I knew it was overpowered, and I felt like for such a busted game, anything that's OP is fair game at that point, because I need to win, damn it.
Yeah. But, yeah, I think they came up with the idea of, playing as the 3 Bs. Bond, Born, or Bauer.
And, like,
and
that persisted, for sure,
yeah.
in the 3 types of, like, dialogue. Not really choices, but attitudes. Because that was one thing I definitely had to get over. That was a bit of a hump, where it was like, I really hated like the trend that Mass Effect was starting to move towards with each game, where the dialogue choices you were choosing didn't really accurately reflect, I feel, like what the terse summary was supposed to imply. With Alpha Protocol, I felt kind of the same thing, but I got a bit over it when I realized that I basically accepted that, oh yeah, like, the core of what Thornton is trying to accomplish in these conversations is always the same. It's not about the choice, it's about the attitude. And that's, you're supposed to choose the one that best fits the person you're talking to.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that, I mean, BioWare loves saying, oh, your choices matter, and it's,
And it is ranked more and more hollow with each game they put out.
Yeah, and, I think it was Yahtzee that said, it just basically turned into what color of ending do you want?
Yeah, even though I think Casey Hudson highlighted, they called that out specifically, that they weren't, that it was going to be more than that for Mass Effect 3, and then look where that ended up.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be press button on the ending Tron 3000 for your ending. Oh, no, wait, that's exactly what happened, you dumbasses.
Yeah, same mistake as Human Revolution. A mistake
But
that people, I'm gonna call them revisionist historians, try to say that the original Deus Ex was exactly the same way about that, when no, because yes, while your ending choices were all determined in the final level, each choice at least required you to do very different things.
Yeah, you needed to jump through different hoops in order to get to each individual ending.
Yeah, and at least like the stuff that you were working towards in the theming seemed to at least do a better job of. Well, I guess Human Revolution was also like trying to lean into it with like with their very surface level kind of engagement with the whole human augmentation argument and like moral dilemma of it all. But yeah, again, but as I said, like Deus Ex Original, it still required you to put a bit more effort at the finish line to get the ending you want. I still think it could have been better if it actually was based more like on core decisions you made throughout, like Prey does, for instance. That is a game where like, and it has like a final choice that's basically a menu option, but at least it makes more sense as a sort of you as the player deciding, yes, I agree with everything they're assessing, or I disagree, I'm gonna kill everyone in this room.
Yeah, that's another game where, your character builds up a history based on the choices you've made.
Yeah.
And people will react to that rather than, did you save Sergeant Flappy back in the cake mixing room? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Which is what so many other games do. Like Dishonored, which is also by Arcane.
Yeah.
Is just, did you kill this person? Did you save this person? How many people have you killed? That's literally all the game tracks.
That's
and
true.
Prey goes so much further beyond that.
Yeah,
and
it's why it's my favorite Arcane game for a good reason.
Yeah, and Alpha Protocol goes so much further than that. Like,
Yeah.
your character essentially builds up a reputation depending on how you've been playing them. Either as a consummate professional, a hard ass, or, a complete slacker, essentially, like a
Yeah.
wise ass. And if you mix it up, people legitimately are like, I'd heard you were something different to this. Like, they react if you start bucking your trends.
Yeah. Who's
And
ready to
I
fight
think-
pirates?
Yay!
Undead
Oh,
pirates with the power of the curse or something.
The
I don't
power
know.
of the moon!
I have to ask because based on what we discussed, I obviously know you've played Kingdom Hearts 3. You played more of the series overall than I have, which most of my engagement has been squarely focused around the first two games. But like, what did you feel about like the implementations of Pirates of the Caribbean in 3 overall compared to this? Because going back through this, like on revisits, I'm like, there's no way that their version in 3 could possibly be as kind of cheap, low-rent feeling as this does.
Okay, have you played any of the more recent Assassin's Creed games with the boats?
No, but I'm familiar that people love that boat shit.
Yeah, that's basically Pirates of the Caribbean world. You get
Okay.
a boat, there is ship-to-ship combat, you pick up crabs to upgrade your boat, so, time for crab.
Where are you taking?
Yeah. And the
Repeat
person they
the
get
end.
to do the Jack Sparrow impersonation actually does a better job of it.
I mean, it wouldn't be difficult, but he still sounds like he's been drinking bottles of bleach the entire day.
Yeah, which I guess I would not put that past Jack Sparrow to possibly do that.
Fair. Really, I just think it was them showing off the fancy technology, and
fair.
how they can get more realistic human characters. You could have taken it out, and I would not have minded whatsoever, because, as I said, there's a lot of it that is just sailing from point A to point B.
Hmm.
I mean, I would say it's the weakest section, but then I wasn't a really big fan of the Big Hero 6 section.
Oh, yeah. Big
And
Hero
yeah,
6 obviously is like, I got no real investment in that either because that is like way too recent for my blood.
Yeah, it was a fine movie. Just that I made the mistake of watching it back to back with Pacific Rim, because they both end the exact same way.
Oh, yeah. I can see that.
Both of them have the same ending, and I was like, you fucking kidding me with this?
Oh my god.
I was like, did I just walk into the previous film? I am freaking out. And
Wow,
yeah,
movies really are lacking in originality these days.
Yeah. But yeah, 3 did have a lot of filler content. I think my main problem, and the main problem that a lot of people had, was that it was entirely Disney focused with nothing from the Square characters until the DLC. And even
Yeah.
then that feels more like a token token gesture just to get all the Final Fantasy fans to shut up for 5 minutes.
So like it was actually Final Fantasy characters in that instance and not just other like Square adjacent characters that Nomura was involved with, because I remember the whole big deal being made in Dream Drop with getting the World's End with You in there.
Yes, that was, I mean, they said, we're gonna have some but when the game was still being made, they were like, okay, we're going to have some different characters, ones that you might not have seen in the game. And people were like, okay, so, like, are we going to see someone from Final Fantasy Tactics? Or is it going to be someone from, Mystic Quest?
Yeah.
Because everyone was, like, still thinking this is going to be Final Fantasy adjacent. And... like, a lot of people thought it was going to be 5 or 6 that we were going to see characters from, because 6 hasn't really seen any kind of... it hasn't seen much in the way of, like, sequels or remakes, or... It's never really had much of a resurgence beyond the remake for the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah.
And 5 was, I think at the time, it was the flavor of the month, because... they were giving it a push in games like Dissidia and that.
Oh yeah.
So people were like, right, it's got to be one of these two. Because we haven't seen anything from either of from like 6 in years, and they're sucking Five's dick relentlessly right now. So let's do something with that.
Yeah.
And then
Arian
they brought
saying
out,
like kind of his thoughts on 3, saying that like in general like at 90% filler content.
yeah,
That sounds right.
the thing as well is that the third game, each world is only visited once. There's no 50% of the story. Like, it's not, you do the movie story, you get to the halfway point, then you do the game story,
Yeah.
Everything in the game is just one and done. And when you get down to it, yes, that is as much content in each world visit as there would be in 2 world visits, but it still feels like less.
Yeah. Yeah, which is weird. Yeah, it's like it's a weird unintended problem of them trying to avoid what people saw a problem with this game, where it's like going back to these worlds a second time, because in 2 I do feel like a lot of the revisits do have a very filler quality to them. It's just like because half of them, like on the first visits, are just recreating, albeit poorly to an extent, just the events of the movie. And then it's like the in-between sequel thing, but with organization members just fucking around.
Yeah, it's like the first one is the canon story, the second is the weird spin-off that only played in Malaysia.
Yeah.
But to me, that was half the fun. It's like, okay, we've done the movie plot, everyone knows the movie, what kind of weird shit are we gonna get into now?
True, yeah.
So the second time you visit, it's like, right, all bets are off. We have no idea what's gonna happen. And they just go crazy with it,
Yeah.
Like Tron being in Xehanort's old PC, like, the fuck?
Yeah, and just the justification being like, oh yeah, it's like Ansem just literally like purchased a copy of the Tron OS and made his own mods to it.
Yeah,
like that makes sense.
And then that is it directly extrapolated into one of the spin-offs.
Yeah, and
Granted,
oh yeah,
the Tron stuff is it's scaled down.
Yeah.
I never really played much of the DS games because they kind of sucked.
Oh
Because
yeah,
they were like, one of them was a port of a mobile game, and the other was just there to answer some questions that had been lingering for about the last 5 years.
yeah. Brings up like a good point. That's probably why the Pixar worlds in 3 were better, because it's like they are from the outset in those like just original stories. Like they're not trying to do like the abridged versions of the plot again. But admittedly, like Big Hero 6 was also like the world for that was also trying to be like its own original story that follows up the movie, but I guess not as well. I don't know. I've made mention to it before. Those Pixar worlds are home to like the actual best scenes of the game, like yeeting Vanitas like 4 deep into multiple doors in the wood chipper.
Yeah.
And then Woody just talking down to young Xehanort about how much of a loser he is.
Plus, they basically said, Kingdom Hearts World, like Toy Story World in Kingdom Hearts 3 is basically Toy Story 1.5. As far as we're concerned, unless we do something different, it's canon.
Yeah. By the way, I got some new spells, actually. I swapped out some of the stuff for much better ones. I got Thunder, which, in all honesty, like, I remember now that I always got rid of Blizzard immediately once I got Thunder, because I could do it from, like, far away, and I don't have to worry about a tracking projectile, because it just goes straight to them.
Yeah.
And Reflect.
Blizzard?
I got Reflect as well. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I still have Blizzard on there for some reason. I guess I still... Yeah, I don't know which one I would actually, like, prefer to have more, Blizzard or Fire. Or Cure. I don't know, because I have potions.
I think, Blizzard in the first game was good. Blizzard in the sequels sucked because it was more of a shotgun effect, and the enemies tended to be a lot more dangerous at close range. So you'd be like, no, not gonna let them close enough to use this.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'll go back to fire, just because I know that's, like, when you get enough space and no one's interrupting you, that's a pretty good AoE, like, when everyone's in close range, like a sort of get-off-me move.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
think in
we got some good stuff now.
was good as well.
Oh, fire is good
like,
in super form, in some forms? Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good thing, because it's like, obviously, we're now at the point that because we have wisdom form, I'm going to need to use it a lot more to try and level up. I'm definitely going to have to make use of, like, the like, the spells in wisdom form, because I do recall them being very good and, like, almost unique in their own right.
Yeah, wisdom form was the one that I never used until it came time to, you know, get final form.
Yeah, and as well as, like, grind it, because as it turns out, the specific requirements for leveling wisdom form is, like, amount of, like, heartless you kill, which makes it take a lot longer than valor form, because valor form, I'm pretty sure it's just like, you land any amount of hits on enemies, you get
and
experience.
You're doing a lot.
Yeah.
Like, your average, like, single button press does about 6 hits on an enemy. So,
it's ridiculous.
Just go nuts. Which one is it that requires you to pick up, I think it's magic bubbles to refill the meter?
Magic bubbles? I'm pretty sure that's still like, oh, well, darn it. Well, I have to go back to Valor Form because Donald got knocked out and I was gonna die, so...
Because there's one that you can only level up by collecting, like, magic pickups or something. Forget off the top of my head. That was a pain in the ass.
Okay, I actually need to, like, draw them into, like, a bigger spot right here. Come on. Back shovel's pretty fun, though, once you get it. Assuming that they aren't, like, in the shade. But whatever, like, these guys, I think they technically don't count as heartless anyway, so... Like, oh, man. Okay, we had to survive that for a while, because, yeah.
Most of the stages have at least one enemy which isn't heartless. I think this one you don't really fight many heartless, it's mostly pirates.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just the pirates when it comes to this first visit, because they are so clearly, like, tailored to this being the movie. And Barbossa just straight up dies by the end of it.
Yeah, because they do the first one. I think they do the first two, or the second and the third, or the first and the third, or something.
Something like that. But yeah, at the end of the day, we can all agree Drive form's way better than like the Keyblade form stuff. It's just, I really do wish that they had found a way to actually more properly iterate on that part instead of just doing a composite of all their weird like handheld game experiments. Because it's like, the stuff with the Keyblade form and like kind of how that like, that tree of progress goes, that very much feels like them just doing another take on like the command deck stuff they were doing back in, like in Birth by Sleep.
Yeah, the leveling up the action commands in that in Birth by Sleep, I wanted to like that because I love skill trees.
Yeah.
But it just turned out to be more trouble than it was worth. It just wound up not being fun. It's
the rigidness of like how it develops combat that I felt was kind of real annoying, because it's like you have to go through these steps to build things up to the good shit. Where it's like, you know, Hearts 2 is like, once you are like late game and have all the good stuff you want, it's like, nah, just pop Drive form, do a summon, who cares? I got everything. Just don't limit me on like what stage of a fight I can use it.
Yeah. Like Birth by Sleep had some fun sections and some really good ideas.
And then baffling stuff like having a pared down Ikadaki Street or whatever it's called.
Itadaki Street. Yeah.
Itadaki, yeah. Okay. I was so close to just calling it like Itagaki Street, and I was like, wait, no, that's not even close.
Sure are a lot of potholes around this Itagaki Street. That one's a bit rough.
Right.
Streets are flowing with the pus of the homeless.
A whole lot of chicks with big boobs, though.
Oh, sure that.
That wasn't even the right line. I didn't even say awesome rack on her, though.
I know, but it felt appropriate.
True, man. If only we were fortunate enough to have Greg Proops and John DiMaggio just commenting on our regular lives.
I would probably die of happiness and also extreme shame.
Yeah. Oh, man. I think this is definitely the thing where I think about it more. It definitely annoys me how much, like, the gimmick of the pirates being you can only kill them when they're in the moonlight really wears thin on multiple playthroughs, because it's like, it's dealing with positioning elements that you don't really have the best control of.
It's a random feature to combat in a game which doesn't have much randomness to it.
Yeah.
Because you can be cheerfully hammering away on an enemy, and then the moon just decides to go, nope, no cell.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, fuck, that's me screwed for the next 5 seconds.
And then you're trying to shoot the cannonball, but it's not giving you any feedback on whether or not, like, the reaction command's actually working as it's supposed to.
Also, yeah, technically Sora isn't killing humans, because for the most part these guys count as undead.
Yeah, that's the technicality.
Really, it's no different to killing a Dracula.
Yeah, that big fucking nerd.
Better have my goddamn money.
I'm gonna have to call the Avengers to see if they can get me in contact with Dracula so I can get my goddamn money. Wait, why would Dracula even be an Avenger?
Well, you know, we were kind of low on members after that most recent reboot. So
yeah.
I hated these sections as well, where they start playing keep away with you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, also I kind of realized why, like, I was not getting good feedback with your action command. It's a lot longer than I was familiar with, and I kept getting knocked out of it.
Ah.
So frustrating. There, okay. Just gotta keep him distracted, I guess. There. Medallion was stolen. Where? Oh my god. Asshole.
Is it the first boss or the revisit boss that's the Heartless Treasure Chest?
That's the revisit.
Yeah, I thought so. Remember that being a pain in the ass too.
Kinda is, but you don't fight them in any spot where there's like shade, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah, I think at that point they just give up the gimmick.
Yeah, well, because once Barbossa and his band of pirates are dead, you're only dealing with heartlesses and nobodies. Okay. Okay, at least this time my reaction commands are going through all the way this time. So. Oh yeah, I also have Reflect. I've not really been using that much.
Oh yeah, once you get it was nerfed heavily in Final Mix, but in the original version, Reflect just does ridiculous amounts of damage.
Oh yeah, especially when you get like all the upgraded like Reflega or whatever that's called. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And even still, like when you start going up against the Data Org fights, using it on like Lartzine, it just tears through her health.
It's ridiculous. Oh man, yeah.
Like they nerfed it and they didn't nerf it hard enough.
It's like, no, go back, go back.
Fuck, too far.
Okay, come on. This gotta be the last dude. Oh my god, get out of the shade. Yes, stay on fire. Good. There we go. Nice. Okay. Yeah, because like that whole fight's got multiple levels to it. You got to keep the medallion out of their hands. You got to occasionally hit the cannons to like stop the Black Pearl from shooting at you, and you have to kill all the enemies. Kind of a nightmare.
I'm pretty certain the game sends more enemies at you the higher difficulty you're on, so you're fighting more and more waves of them.
That makes more sense.
That's a really good skill.
Yeah, aerial spiral. I know I got leaf bracer, which is super important. Which I'm actually gonna go and put cure back on my like. Fire is cool and all, but no. I feel like that's much better to have in a pinch. I'm sure it may or may not also influence the use of regular healing items, but I'm not gonna risk that for now. So, oh yeah, but we could get like Donald's limit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think I ever used
I'm
their
go-
limits very often.
Yeah, not very often. I think it's in very specific situations where I see like a strategy for like a particular boss or something that is like, oh, that sounds cool. I'll try that.
Yeah, by and large, you're better off using, or I found myself using whoever happens to be in my town or in my party.
Yeah.
The only time you use it is when you're doing the Hollow Sebastian fights.
The Hollow Sebastian. That's what it sounds like.
Oh no, that's what I said. I hear Bastion. I just think Sebastian. It's
Hollow Sebastian Castellanos. Trinity's also godlike in some parts. Yeah, that's true. God, that's right. I equipped the Trinity ability, but I've still not used that limit. But that makes sense because I've got fucking Captain Jack Sparrow on my team. In fact, I can't even switch him out technically. I think it gave me a prompt saying that like he has to be in my party for this. Okay, come on.
Yeah, I'm starting to remember that this first visit is just a lot of busy work.
It really is.
Like the next task is you cleaning up the dishes, and then after that you have to sweep out under the bed.
Yeah, being a new member of a band of pirates is tough work.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts FNG.
Okay.
Fucking new guy.
Yeah. Okay, come on.
Oh yeah, I forgot they dive bomb you as well.
Yeah, something like that. At least there doesn't seem to be like a timer for the time being, but they are just gonna keep spawning unless I do something about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is busy work. Pirates World ain't that great. Which is kind of a shame because it was like when it was included in Kingdom Hearts, that was like a good few years after the Curse of the Black Pearl happened, and that's still like a legitimately fun movie. So you would not be surprised that people back then were thinking, oh man, Pirates is included in this. That's awesome.
I remember when the game, in the lead up to the game's release, the two big exciting ones were Pirates and Tron.
Yeah.
Those were the ones that everyone was like, holy shit, this is going to be amazing.
Yeah, because in the sea of worlds based on classic, beloved animated Disney films, we get this cult classic 80s film and like the most recent like big like well-remembered like summer blockbuster at the time.
Yeah. I think this was at the point they were like, let's just get crazy and experimental with the worlds that we're doing.
Yeah.
And then, allegedly, they had to scale it back down for the third one because Disney Brass was like, no, we need to, we need more recognizable ones.
Yeah, which is why, like, everything outside of the Hercules world just being, like, entirely, like, based on 3D animated stuff did so little for me just looking at it. Well, except Toy Story, but that's just because, like, it's at least old enough, like, as far as in terms of series, you know? Monster Inc. is kind of, like, whatever, but I don't know. Maybe I would have been, like, more on board with it if they had the balls to be, hey, you know what? Let's have The Incredibles. Fuck this Big Hero 6 bullshit. Let's have Syndrome start monologuing as he like makes a deal with a bunch of heartlesses.
Like Syndrome hanging out with Organization 13 would have made perfect sense.
That is just my dream right now. God damn it.
Like the entire thing could have basically been him trying to, no pun intended, undermine Organization 13 because he's like, okay, I like what you guys are doing, but I can do it better.
Yeah, and just fails horribly at it and succumbs to his own darkness.
Yeah, and then
see, there we go. We can write a better Kingdom Hearts world plot than these games can. because we're actually including good movies in this.
Yeah.
The Incredibles is, no joke, my favorite Pixar movie. It is still unmatched. And I've not even seen all of the Pixar movies, especially like the ones they've done in recent years. I'm pretty sure Up was the last recent one I ever saw from them, and I know that's beloved by a whole lot of people.
I think my main problem is that, like, they basically said, okay, let's only do films that have had, that have had some kind of part released in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and it's already compounded by the fact that Disney does not know how to have actual fun with crossovers, because they keep segregating all of like these Disney worlds and characters, except for like the mascot tier ones for them, like Mickey, Donald, Goofy, all of them.
Yeah, like they were asked, like Disney was asked, look, you've just acquired Star Wars. Can we put some summons into the game, Like, we're not saying do an entire, Return of the Jedi world or whatever. Just, we think it would be fun to do blah, blah, blah. Even just, like, a couple of mini-games, and they were like, absolutely not.
Yeah, just no fun at all. And I'm pretty sure that, like, even with that, the way Disney does business, I'm pretty sure is also like a big reason for why Square, even when they're not doing stuff with Disney, are a massive pain in the ass to work with, because they learned it all from Disney.
Basically, yeah. I mean, they've stopped going after fan artists and that for the most part. But if you're like, hey, look at these cool 3D models of old games that I made, they're like, absolutely not. That's great. We'll send our lawyers over in the morning. You have 24 hours to comply.
Yeah. Just Ed 209 busts in with Mickey Mouse ears on top. That's quite a horrifying sight to see before you fucking die.
That is an image that makes perfect sense, and I hate it.
Yes, Disney is OCP. How could you tell? Okay. There we go. We're already on to the final boss of this world. This first visit, anyway. This, at least, is a pretty good one. Because now Jack is also undead, so the tables have turned.
Ah, how the turntables.
The tables have turned now, Human. Oh god, I missed my chance for the twin counter. Oh, shoot.
Okay, so if, like, Jack dies in undead form, shouldn't it be back to normal?
Okay, where's that? Let's get back here. As I skate along on nothing. Oh, fuck. You were saying about if Jack dies when he's undead.
Shit.
I never actually saw this happen before. What the hell?
Coin a phrase, that's never happened before.
Yeah. That's... Holy shit.
Wow, you learned something new.
Oh my god. Just get in the circle, guys. Come on. Thank you. Ow. Knocked him out before the last hit.
The circle is robots and they do not want to fucking get in it.
Oh my god, I'm getting back on tilt now. I think after this world, I'm actually gonna... It may end up seeming boring, but I think it's perfectly justified in this case, considering we've already gone through three worlds total. But I'm thinking of going back to, like, Beast's Castle and just grinding my my Triforms until they can get to their current level cap.
Well, it's one of those things that, like, unless you get really lucky, it's near impossible to do in the course of actual gameplay.
Oh yeah, especially with, like, Wisdom form as it is now, because if we were to go back to Beast Castle at this point, we wouldn't be dealing with the nobody enemies now, so every enemy I kill during that is going towards something worthwhile. Yeah, this is kind of hectic. I still had no idea that Jack could actually just end up dying during that.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Like, I'm struggling to
weird.
figure out how that makes sense, because he literally has the curse now. And, like, I'm pretty sure the entire room was completely dim during that point, so it's not like he should have been immune.
Yeah. And besides which, when has it ever been the case that your party members die and that gives you a game over?
Yeah.
Like Queen Minnie, yeah, okay, because that's just explicitly an escort mission.
Yeah,
but
she
this
has
isn't an
no
escort
party
mission.
commands. Absolutely,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous.
Also, I'm taking a look at a guide here. It says the fastest way to level up your forms is either Timeless River or
Oh yeah, that's
Agrabah.
right. Okay, I'm remembering that's the other one that I think I went to, like, when it got to, like, the late game. Because once I needed to, like, level all my drive forms, so many of the worlds already had nobodies in them, and that was making it slow as hell to get wisdom up.
Yeah. Yeah. You get a lot of wisdom. You get a lot of hardness for wisdom forms leveling, and it's drive orbs for master form. That's what I was thinking of.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. God.
Yeah, I knew there was one that you needed to pick up some sort of orb for.
Yeah. Well, I just remember Beast being, like, pretty good, because, like the main foyer outside the save room, that was, like, a good bit where it's, like, you could make use of the exploit where, while you're still in drive form and your meter's going down, you go to the world map and it automatically refills. Like, that was the idea. But I know Timeless River has a similar thing where you go through the door back to Disney Castle and it also refills it.
Yeah, I remember going to the world map to refill your drive meter was patched out for Final Mix. Because that was...
Not in this, it's still here, that's the thing.
Ah, right. Must only be the HD collection.
Like
then.
the latest
remember
HD
a lot
version.
of people. Yeah, I remember a lot of people getting really pissed off about that.
Yeah, it's like, why would you do this? Why would you make things so much harder for your players? It's like, it's the sort of thing where it,
to begin with.
like, it reminds me of how, you remember how Resonance of Fate got that HD, like, PC port?
Yeah.
I remember when I played the original version on PS3, I used the exploit that game had that everyone remembers, where you go to, like, there's a wandering merchant who actually wanders around, like, as you go later into the game, except when he first appears. And there was, like, the values on a specific type of item you could sell was so busted, and they were so easy to buy and resell, that's what I did to get, like, a big boost to all my guns, as well as buy all the fashion items. That got taken out of the PC version, and it's the one thing that is stopping me from wanting to buy it.
Yeah, no, it was, you bought 2 items which you could combine into a third item, which I think was a scope or
it was
a barrel or something.
Yeah, it was a gun
like the 2 items.
Sure.
Yeah, the 2 items sold for about 500 each.
Yeah,
but you could, when you combine them, the item that they sold for like 1,500 or something like that. So you buy 99 of each item, combine them, then resell them, then repeat.
Yeah, it's probably why if I ever do a stream of Resonance of Fate, because I really want to. I like that game a lot. It has a Vagrant story energy for me in regards to, like, just the mechanics and tone is something where, like, there's really nothing like it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of charm to it, and I think the closest that comes to it is probably the Star Ocean series. Which makes sense, because it was Tri-Ace that did it.
Yeah, but it's like one of the few games where you can say that Tri-Ace actually made a good game with a not embarrassing plot.
Oh, tell me about it. But, yeah, like, being able to create, like, absolutely insane Franken guns with 50 barrels and 20 magazines, nothing like it.
And also the fashion options. Like, I made it a habit when I played through that game, especially once I got all the money to buy it. I was like, I'm going to make it a personal rule that once a new chapter starts, I'm going to completely change their clothes to something different. You know? Because that feels right.
I think my rule was no person will ever be coordinated properly, and Leanne always wears glasses.
Yeah.
And I stuck to that quite well.
Okay, where's this bastard? Okay, I see him. Let's get over here. There!
Then they put 70 hours into the game, and then the 360 corrupted their save.
Oof.
Yeah,
oh,
that'll happen.
That hurts to hear, Arian. Man.
I remember one Christmas, I had a PS2 memory card corrupt on me.
Oh.
That lost me about, conservative estimate, about 400 hours worth of gameplay time on various games. I've never been able to play the original Disgaea since.
I've actually had a PS2 memory card corrupt on me only once that it happened. And funny enough, it was with I think it was with the Kingdom Hearts games, funny enough.
Yeah, what are the odds?
Yeah, I think the way it ended up happening for me was like, oh, god damn it, Donald's dead, I can't drive for him. Never mind, he's back.
Back again.
He was kind of his model was kind of wicking out there in the air. I have no idea how that happened.
Yeah, I know I'm a pirate, but I like to do the air wigglies every now and then.
I do what I want because I can be free. I am a pirate. I completely mangled that Lazy Town song. I have no idea what I was thinking.
You bang grape shame upon this screen.
Stephen Carl Stephenson's just like rolling in his grave. Was that his name? I think it was his name.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, aerial finish. That's another good one.
Yes, all of the aerial abilities in this are so fucking good. The more you get, the more it just lets you go completely unhinged. I love it.
Yeah. By the halfway point, you're barely touching the ground. And by the end of the game, like, the ground does no longer exist if you don't want it to.
Yeah. Ah, yes. Branching paths to Agrabah and Halloween Town. Oh yeah, there's also Atlantica in the background. But as I said, we are sparing the stream from that hellscape.
We are not having Finny fun.
No, we are not. We do have a skateboard, though.
Whee!
There's a place where everyone can be happy. It's the most beautiful place in the whole fucking world. I don't know the rest of the lyrics because of... God damn it.
Just bail, man. Just bail.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Tony Hawk's 2 soundtrack is so goddamn good.
Yeah, see, I always try and think of the soundtrack of the Tony Hawk's games, and then it just turns into Crazy Taxi.
Well, yeah, which is funny, because I feel like that's the only time I recall there being a Bad Religion song on there. I don't even think Offspring is on any of the Tony Hawk soundtracks, which is weird. Like, you'd think that'd be a missed opportunity.
Don't believe so, no.
Yeah. But it's like... But the thing that I just remember that song, You by Bad Religion, I at least remember distinctly because it is exactly 2 minutes, which is always the amount of time you get in Tony Hawk 1 through 3 to actually do a run.
Yeah.
Anyway, time to grind wisdom. Because I really
I don't know
want
why I start doing Mario music there.
I don't know. But you know, like, obviously the best reason to grind Wisdom Form is that the ability we get from this is an actual fucking dodge.
Yes.
It'll help us immensely. Like, I love the drive forms, but I still think that it is partially a failing of this game that... Okay, hold on. I actually need to bail out of here and get back to the door so I can refill my meter. But it's because it's like these kind of mobility tools you get that can only be obtained if you level up your drive forms is kind of frustrating. I wish you just had a basic version of each of these at the start, like as part of your base form, and then you just like increase the ceiling that you can upgrade them even higher.
Yeah, the first time I played this, I never really bothered with the drive forms, so, you know, the fact that the jump upgrades are also limited to leveling up your drive forms, I did not know that. I mean, this came out in, what, 2006, 2007?
Yeah, 06.
And, you know, it's easy to forget that, if, you know, like, we were still in that weird midpoint between the internet and magazines and word of mouth and that.
Yeah.
So,
it was back in the days where, like, it was back in the days where, like, if you absolutely wanted info, like, the be-all, end-all source was GameFAQs.
Yeah.
Which is still kind of the be-all end-all source for me when it comes to at least games of this generation.
Yeah.
But less so, like, at least with modern games, so they have a Steam version, you just go to their Steam community hub, and that's just where all the info is.
Yeah. Yeah, that has been amazing help when it comes to games like Labyrinth of Ruina.
Oh.
That game has so many bizarre quirks.
Is that a weird Metroidvania
well
I've never heard of or something?
No. You ever heard of Lobotomy Corp?
Yes, I have. Okay.
Equal to that, except rather than a plate spinning game, it's an RPG card game.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like, oh, and it's also got dice mechanics in it as well, so it may as well be a board game. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, dear.
It's an amazing game, but there is so much in it that the game really doesn't explain very well, which makes sense because the developers of it are Korean.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's right.
Like, Lobotomy Corp needed to get a massive overhaul because no one could understand the story.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
The translation in it was atrocious. Like, it was obviously being done by someone for whom English was maybe their third language.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that as a put down, it's just, it was that bad. But the translation for Library of Ruina is a lot better.
Okay.
But it's the tutorials could stand to be a lot better. Still one of my favorite games this year.
Okay. We at least got to, like, level 2 of Wisdom during this talk, so, like, I'm at least making good progress already. I think I need to get to level 3 and I'll finally get Quick Run as, like, a regular ability for Sora, which is what we really need. Desperately.
Also getting a shitload of shards. You should probably put them in at the Moogle.
Good point. Yes. I'll do that right now.
At the very least, you can probably, get some bonus items.
Yeah,
if
maybe
not unlock something.
Maybe another AP boost. Who knows? Oh, we got a Serenity Stone, though.
Oh, well, that's a good start.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you can,
free
create
development.
some more
That's
items.
right. This opens up now.
Yes.
Which,
I think the power band's supposed to be quite good.
Maybe, yeah. You know, we might as well at least synthesize some of this stuff, because it's like, I'm not gonna go to, like, the insane degrees of, like, maxing out my Moogle's level. But,
Yeah.
Because I already did that on my own playthrough.
Yeah.
That's
Getting
enough.
Ultima weapons, save the queen and save the king. Nah, dude, nah.
Yeah. Power Band. Boost of, like, an extra 3 strength. We're now at 20. Holy shit.
Yeah,
No, wait, no,
I
this
knew there
defense,
was
I
something
forgot.
like
Yeah.
that.
Extra defense, very good to get. Thank you
Yeah.
for bringing that up. Oh, wow.
Like, if you're... It's worth leveling up the Moogle, because even if you're not going to extremes to get items, you get some fantastic pieces of gear.
Wait, wrong form. Shit.
God damn it.
It's like the command menu is just responsive enough that I feel like it's very easy to get confused on whether, like, you get confused on whether or not you pressing a direction on the D-pad actually changed things or not, so you overcompensate.
That's one of my pet hates, along with, like, not being able to tell if the... Like, if a menu, all the icons are in blue, and one's, like, I put, like, two things on the menu. One's white and one's blue. It's like, which one is highlighted?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I totally get that.
There was a game I was playing last week. I think it was... I can't remember what it was, but it was like it was either a SNES or a PS1 game I was playing that had that, and I was like, this is going to take me forever just to even start the fucking game.
This is why Thunder's one of the best spells ever. Just, you don't even need to aim. Just lock on, and it just tracks. Yes.
I really liked it in, I think it's the third game, where it just turns into a sparkly hula hoop.
That sounds neat. Yeah.
It's either that or one of the... It might be Birth by Sleep, but it basically turns into a sparkly hula hoop, and you just dash forward towards the enemy.
Yeah, that sounds solid.
So it turns into a moving area of effect attack.
Oh yeah, and like the best part about using magic in wisdom form is that because like your regular shooty has like combos to it, the magic you use at certain points basically acts as like a combo ender. Like so you can basically get like the best like thunder effect. There we go, quick run level 1. We got it. We're in there, boys.
Actually, doesn't it also act like it's one level higher? So if you're using fire, it counts as Fira?
Yeah, I think it does as well. But the idea is that, like, basically, like, if you were to just press, like, the regular attack button to do your shooty combo, like, the animations and, like, properties of that are always the same. And then, but if you were to do the same by just spamming one spell, it basically acts as its own combo. By doing your regular shooty combo and then splicing in the spell for the latter half, you basically jump ahead to the middle of that magic attacks combo. That's the idea, and that's a really good thing to use if you just want to go straight to like the best Thundara like spell or Thundaga or whatever, whichever level it ends up once you get high enough with Wisdom form. Because you know, admittedly, like you and me both, most everyone, we all slept on Wisdom form back in the day.
Yep.
It's got its value to it. But hey, at least now that we got these two values, we can at least get one more level for both Valor and Wisdom. And I think once that's done, we can be ready to move on, maybe. We may or may not be able to complete another world, I don't know. I feel like we could go for an extra hour or so.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock here.
Yeah.
Or almost 10, so...
Yeah, like having you here, as it has proven in the past, especially when we did Killer 7, like, it really does help take off some of the burden. It makes me feel like I'm not burning as much stamina to do a stream like I do solo. Because like if it's a solo stream at night, like on top of the fact that I usually have to like end it like early enough because my sister like does not stay up as late as I do because of her job. Like I do it partly just to be courteous to her, that I don't want my yakking and bullshit to keep her up at night. But also, I know that 3 hours of just playing by myself is kind of like really the upper limit before I feel I'm not doing as well anymore.
Yeah, and that just sitting there like, well, you know, I know this is a lot of work to keep people engaged, but you know, this dickhead here, he never knows when to shut up.
I mean, that's why we do LPs.
Just like, so, tell me about your favorite giant robot. And that's me for the next 6 hours.
That's me for the next week.
Funny
Funny how we haven't actually gone to that, but I guess now's the good time. Hey, Arc, Get a Robo Arc continues to be fucking awesome. I am continuing to be anxious as far as like where their new original plot thread that they've layered on top of it is going to lead by the end. Which I want to talk about. I know you're not too big on spoilers, but I kind of want to hold off on as much of it as I can, because I know you're trying to like binge through it and whatever. Like in the lead up to when the series has all the episodes out.
Yeah, because I like waiting for individual episodes is chumps. I just like going full, like even before streaming was a thing. I'd be like, okay, when does the series finish? This week? Cool, I can start watching it now.
Yeah, but you've at least been like reading through the manga as far as I recall, because you got started on that a little while ago.
Yeah, I got sidetracked by I started reading Berserk again.
Oh yeah.
Just after Miura passed.
Right. Yeah.
Because it was like, well, I started reading that, and then it was like, I got to a certain point, and I was like, wait a minute, I haven't read Claymore in forever.
Oh.
So then I started reading
Down the rabbit hole we go.
And you know, it's like, it's going to be another like 6 months before I actually get ready to read and Get a Robo again.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I remember reading Fishman Warrior Postal Bill. Well, let's read that again.
Man.
Which may well be a thing. I don't know. Japan. But yeah, like I'm gonna. I mean, I'm not working right now, so actually getting like it'll take me like maybe, I don't know, 3-4 days to actually because I normally read most just before I go to bed, because it takes me forever to actually get to sleep.
Right. Yeah.
So I usually read for an hour or two before I actually get some sleep. But you know, if it's something I'm really enjoying, I'll be like, yeah, you know, I've nothing better to do. Just read a couple of chapters now. Or if I'm really into it, then you know, it's basically all I do. But it's been a long time. I think the last book that I did that with was John Dies at the End. Read that in like 3 sittings.
Oh,
It's like a 400 or 500 page book.
neat.
But yeah, so you know, like just give me a day or two, and I could, with nothing else to do, and I could probably get through all of Get Robo in a day.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, yeah, like, there may not be as many chapters as other manga, but it also compensates for it by the chapters being long as hell, because that's how Go Nagai and his peeps roll. That's how they do it at Dynamic Pro.
I remember, I think the scans that I've got are probably translations of one of the German or French, possibly the Italian edition, because I remember it was really popular in Italy.
Yeah.
And I remember reading it, and I got to a certain point, and it was like, chapter 2, and I was like, wait, this is like 50 or 60 pages in.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's probably just the first chapter.
Yeah,
you know,
it really makes me wonder how, because the thing with like Go Nagai's stuff is that they had to be like published in like magazines before they got compiled into proper novels, and it just makes me curious just what it was like for a lot of like these like Japanese like manga magazines back in the day, where they were like someone decided, yeah, having chapters this long one at a time totally makes sense. Like, you would think that they were, like, split up into, like, even smaller chunks. But then I guess it's more like, no, I guess that's just more a Shonen Jump type of thing. Because, like, those chapters are way more bite-sized.
Like, Shonen Jump, by design, is you're supposed to read it in, like, while you're on the train going to work or going to school, or you're in a queue. So, you know, you pull up the app and read, you know, 10 pages of whatever the flavor of the month is this week.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, that's really more of a modern thing. Quite a lot of the stuff from the 70s and even into the 80s was like, okay, this chapter is as long as it needs to be.
Yeah,
you know?
that's true.
If we're getting to a big plot point, and you know, this artist needs, like, basically it was like, there needs to be a minimum page count for all these.
We got the current max level for Wisdom Form now. We got MP Rage.
Yes.
And now to get one more level for Valor so that we can, like, have it at parity. At least it'll probably go a bit faster now, because we all know Valor's way of leveling up is you just land a single hit, and that acts as, like, 1 XP point for that.
Yeah, you level that without even trying.
Yeah, restores MP relative to the amount of damage taken, which I'm sure will be pretty good, like, once we're, like, in a situation where we run out of MP and we have to wait for it to recharge.
Oh yeah, and the harder difficulties, that is a lifesaver.
It is, for sure.
Because you are getting the shit kicked out of you, and you pop a cure, and then you get the shit kicked out of you, so it charges up your battery, so you can pop another cure.
Mm-hmm. Like, it kind of works well for itself.
Yeah, it's a you know, it's a self-contained system.
Although this room may or may not be like the best place for it. I don't know. I feel like I need to go to like one of the bigger areas. I'm not sure. I seem to recall this being the place I always use when I need to grind Wisdom Form, just because it's that small and packed together that it works.
Well, I imagine it works better for Wisdom Form because, you know, your bullets aren't hit scan, and they don't really track that much.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna quickly try like this area to kind of see.
Yeah, because the guide I'm looking at here just says the 4 areas are connected. You don't have to go very far to get into another fight. A lot of drive orbs drop, so you can let Master Form quickly.
Yeah. Although I need to get back to the door because I'm about to run out. Oh no! I should have. Please, please, please! Yes, got it. Whew.
Mistakes were
almost made. Oh, that quick run! Look at that. Don't you love it when action games give you a dodge, like, as soon as possible?
Like, any game in which you have to earn your dodge, you know, like X hours or X number of skills into the game,
Right.
that early part will be the most miserable part of the game.
Wait, why did I choose Wisdom Form again? What the hell? Damn it, muscle memory. Oh, well. But hey, at least, like, the extra thing that's always fun about leveling up your drive forms as well is that you get, like, an extra meter to work with every time you pop it. That's always the part I like most and is worthwhile. But didn't KH1 have rolling from the get-go? I think...
Yes.
But I want to say it was like it was still like an ability you had to equip or something, but you got it like super early on. Like I'm pretty sure like you're guaranteed to like have rolling before you leave Traverse Town. But at that point though, you're still like in more or less tutorial land.
I'm fairly certain that no matter what setup you pick.
Oh no, this is the worst.
Yeah, you get it by defeating the guard armor in the 3rd district, so the second proper boss.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! Why?
Run away!
Do I have? Oh no! I don't have a drive recovery. Shit! Let me try something else. Hold on. I'm pretty sure there was like I had a synthesis recipe for this already. I'll save this. Don't worry.
One of the earlier ones, I'm sure.
Yes, we do. Drive recovery. Give that to me, you stupid Moogle. Kupo this, you son of a bitch.
Now that's just mean. Funny, but mean.
Now,
But
would
yeah,
it be
they
even
give you-
more funny if the Kupo's voice made it sound more like they were just Danny DeVito?
I was just about to say that. Yeah, there's lots of dark in here, if you know what I mean. Oh,
Whoops! I dropped my Kupo condom that I use for my Magnum Dong Kupo.
from my Magnum Pom Pom.
Okay, yeah, they barely last out there. Holy shit. Maybe I'll just stick with Mickey's house for a little while. I'll just go through multiple areas because my meter's still big enough that it should be fine.
I do not like these heartless Kupo. Their smug aura mocks me.
May I offer you a Firaga ring in these trying times? I just made that up. I don't even know if that's like an actual thing.
It is. It's may I offer you an egg in these trying
No,
times?
I meant like the
And
thing
I
that I meant the thing that I put in place of the egg. I just combined
right.
I combined Firaga and ring because like I don't fucking know Final Fantasy shit as much as you do.
Oh, well, thanks. Did anyone get the number of that nerd bus you just threw me under?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I started synthesizing Kupo.
Right. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, I'm an art expert, Kupo Kablordian.
There we go, Combo Plus. We are done. Let's get the fuck out of here and back to the main game.
Thank God.
Yes! Don't worry, Timeless River. We'll be back soon enough. Probably when you get another drive form or two. Which I forget again specifically, because what is the specific requirement for upgrading Limit Form? Because we already know about Master Form, which is getting the drive orbs.
Yeah, that's what I was going to check, actually.
Yeah, that's good, because I know we get that after because that's the thing the final mix changed from the vanilla version I remember, is that after our second visit to Twilight Town, that's when we get Limit Form, and they hold off Master for a bit of a while.
Oh, yeah, that's where you get all your Kingdom Heart 1, because I remember ours Arcanum being ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, like Limit Form's limit is so ridiculous. Oh, Arian says limit is by using limit. I guess that makes sense then, yeah. So just use those powerful abilities repeatedly. Okay.
Limit form gains 1 experience point for every successful use of Sora's limits, specifically the final attack of the limit. While the limit finisher does not need to hit an enemy in order for experience to be gained, Sora must be in battle to use his limits in the first place. As limit form levels up, Sora gains blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's where you get dodge roll.
I'm trying to
it's-
figure out like what are you feeling? You feeling Tim Burton or are you feeling like Agrabah?
Well, Tim Burton gets you the Pumpkin Keyblade, which is basically the best one in the game.
Yeah, like short of like the super late game stuff like Ultimate
Yeah.
Keyblade. But
That's
I know
basically
like
the one that you use for like
Yeah.
3/4 of the game.
But I'm forgetting though if it's the first or second visit to Agrabah where you beat it and you get like the genie summon. Wait, I think it might actually be the second visit.
Let me check.
Because I know I remember using the genie summon a lot because that felt like it had like the most effort put into it because of the different dry forms. Arian's saying Aladdin is the easier one, but Pumpkin is the better weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. Genie is second visit. Okay, thanks for the... Yeah, thank you so much for the confirmation. I'm glad to have the extra sources of information to get back to me on confirming things, but I don't know.
Reappears near the end of Sora's first visit, and then the second one is when you get him.
Yeah, I am torn between wanting to get that Keyblade right now or just dealing with Aladdin because it is easier at this point in the game. It's a shame because I can't see what the recommended levels are because we've not completed the gummy courses yet. Chicken Little's one of the best summons, by the way, till you get gravity. I guess, yeah, it's just... The thing that's always weird for me is that I feel like Chicken Little's at its best when you just let him do whatever. It always feels like a crapshoot when you have to go into FPS mode to finish it. But yeah, it's like, yeah, because he mentions, like the reason why gravity replaces Chicken Little's because his main effect basically does the same thing as that. It just pulls all the enemies together.
Yeah.
Okay, trying to think. Now, actually, I'm gonna be a bit daring and just go straight for getting that Pumpkin Keyblade. So we're doing Halloween Town first.
We're doing it. We're making this happen.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Speedruns
Also,
use
for a
that to
second
great
there-
effect. Yeah. Yes.
For a second there, I thought you were going to be like, so we're going to make things a bit daring, and we're going straight to Atlantica. No.
I'm not that cruel.
I am.
This stage is awesome, though.
Oh yeah, the Speedway.
Yeah, it's just like
the
the crazy on-rail shit. Just
cool.
yeah, like this is the stuff that you see, and it reminds you how like not agonizing the gummy ship missions are in this game compared to everything else. Like every other time that gummy ships have been in the series.
I remember when this first came out, and people were like, okay, so the gummy ship stages have been improved, but, you know, they're still a bit kind of slow. And then you get to this one, and it's like, oh my god!
Yes! OST is so good. You're absolutely right, Arian.
Now I'm wanting to see, like, Shoji Meguro from the Shin Megami Tensei games doing a Kingdom Hearts game.
Oh, dear.
That would be awesome.
Only if it means that we get to, like, put Yoko Shimomura, like, on loan to Atlas. Let's see what she cooks up for them.
She could probably do one of the Persona games quite easily because their soundtracks are a lot lighter.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I like the idea of the free roam gummy ships in 3, but in practice it turned out to be really a bad idea.
Yeah. And I think the even crazier part is looking at that, like, apparently the people they got working on the gummy ship sections of 3 were apparently people that worked as far back as on Einhander, which seems insane because based on what the gummy ship missions actually are, it's like, you probably wouldn't tell. I guess they only really got them on... I'm pretty sure they only got them on board just because they wanted a gummy ship design that was just the Einhander. You know that's exactly why.
Honestly, I'm like, people at Square remember Einhander? Really?
Probably about as much as Nomura remembers the Bouncer.
Well, I mean, the Bouncer was Proto Kingdom Hearts, let's be honest.
Yeah. That's really the only thing that has me potentially interested in, like, wanting to, like, see where Kingdom Hearts goes past 3. Just because it's like the Final Fantasy stuff being excised from, like, the main game of 3 was so dumb. Even as someone who's not a big Final Fantasy fan, I understand how important that was, like, in the early part of this series' identity. Yeah. But if the idea, the implication is that Nomura eventually just wants to, like, transition Kingdom Hearts to no longer being just Disney Final Fantasy and just being all of his OCs, then that might be more interesting, because that could mean, like, all the weird, like, Forgotten Square stuff that he ever had potential involvement with.
See, it's a difficult one, because Square have a lot of properties that they haven't done anything with in the better part of 20 years. You know?
Yeah.
And 20 years and going back further than that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, I mean, everyone goes, oh, okay, you know, we've got, the Chrono Trigger. You know, why isn't there any Chrono Trigger characters? It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's like, do you really want to go to the trouble of, like, trying to factor in, like, Toriyama character designs into this madness?
Yeah. Like, I cannot imagine a Nomura take on a Toriyama character. Like, that's the end of the world.
Yeah, and I get the sense that even he doubts that he could, like, do a decent take on that, because he knows about, like, Chrono Trigger's, like, lasting reputation. That's beyond him.
Well, he knows about Chrono Trigger's, you know, enduring reputation, and he knows about Chrono Cross.
Yeah, and also just the divisive mess that is.
Yeah.
And Arian has the good point about, like, we had the FF cast in 3. Proto Noctis was there. He was clearly super salty for Versus stuff still. Which is like, because I understand that. I still feel like this might be the unpopular opinion depending on who I say this to. I know 15 is also divisive and probably by all accounts an objectively middling game. I'm still going to side with Tabata on that, because I'd say that the onus is on Nomura for wasting as much time as he did. Like, Versus 13 probably would not have gone shit can as it did if he just kept to a sane schedule for that.
I think it had the same problem as Duke Nukem Forever, where
like,
he
3D
was
Realms screwed the pooch,
influenced.
and it basically was on Gearbox to drag it to the finish line. Which led to the problem where it's like, the problems you can describe with DNF aren't even so much Randy's problem, even though it's very easy to blame Randy Pitcher for a lot of stuff because he's such a greasy bastard. But
I broke one of my toes last week and I blamed it on him.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, so much of the seeds of that game's problems was in 3D Realms and George Broussard's dicking around.
Like, he had a problem where he would play something in a game, and he'd be like, "We need to put this in the game. Doesn't matter if, doesn't matter if it fits in with the game, if it makes any sense. I think this is cool. This needs to be in the game."
Yeah,
and you keep doing that for 20 years.
I mean, I guess it was. I mean, rewritten once is probably an understatement, probably, for the transition from Versus 13 to 15. Like, it had to have been, like, multiple things, which admittedly leads to 15's own problems, where it does feel like it's very stitched and hacked together from multiple disparate concepts, because they had to get a game out. But
from what I understand, a lot of the story that was shown in the trailers for Versus 13 eventually made its way into the movie Kingsguard, which is where a lot of the world building for whatever the fucking city was, Insomnia or whatever it was. That's where a lot of that ended up.
Yeah. It's still weird.
It didn't completely go to waste, but that's still time they could have spent doing, making a better game, doing better things, frankly.
God damn it, anti-form. Oh, well, at least we're at a point where we don't need to, like, grind and drive forms for the time being, and this is just for fun.
Yeah.
and we're not fighting a boss, so I don't need to, like, do a specific finisher move for it to count. So you get to at least see more of this in action, which is, like, I kind of, like, it always kind of, like, weirded me out just seeing that they tried to factor this element back into 3 with, like, the Keyblade forms, but have it be something where it's less of a random chance of happening. Like, something that felt like you had more control over when and how, like, the anti-form equivalent would occur.
Yeah, I mean, anti-form did have its, have its fans because it is rapid-fire attacks that do as much, if not occasionally more, as a full combo.
Yeah, it's got its own benefits to it. It's just you gotta, like, luck into it, and it becomes something that, like, is practically non-existent once you get final form, because the whole point of getting that, I think, makes it so that the chance of it becomes 0 now that you get that disadvantage.
Yeah, and, when you try using it, your defense goes down to 0 anyway, so...
Yeah, and you can't do the finishing moves, so the idea is that you'll hopefully, like, deal rapid-fire damage to whittle a boss down to their last health bar, and that'll be enough time for you to go back to normal and you can finish the job.
Yeah, there is some specific math behind how and when you can do it.
Yeah.
And remember, there was, I think it was Bloody Biscuits that did it on AGDQ or SGDQ one year.
That sounds about right. It would be something that would get brought up as, like, part of, like, a speedrun discussion, because there's a lot of tech in that game.
Yeah, there is a lot. There are, places where using it is, it basically is a shortcut to winning the game. But by and large, you want to avoid it as much as possible. It's supposed to be a penalty mode.
For sure. Yeah, the thing that I remember most about, like, the Mat 4 anti-form is specifically when you get the 2 become 1 Keyblade, and how it basically makes it that you're supposed to use it to get to better increase the chances of unlocking final form, because if you don't trigger final form, you just get anti-form consistently.
Yep.
Thank God they added that for Final Mix. I was so glad to see that was a thing when I first played this, that I was like, oh yeah, this makes it so much better to get to the good shit. Start this and then just start playing the rest of the game like you're at the end of Advent Children.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best things about the final mixes, is that the base games are very slow to start, and once you get about halfway through, they're like, okay, now we can start giving you the fun tools. But with this, it's like, okay, what do you want to be able to do? Super jumps, run like the wind, never touch the floor. Cool, you'll be doing that before about a third of the game is over.
Here it
Yeah.
is, the door to
Yeah,
Christmas
that
time.
is what makes it fun. Like, I mentioned it during the first stream, that it was like, this is the one action RPG I can think of in which, like, going from the very start of the game to the end feels like you have transitioned into a completely different feeling action game. Whereas it's like, where I think of, by comparison, Neo, that is very consistent in the type of action game it is from the beginning to the very end, no matter how powerful you get, like, because it stays consistent with, like, the type of, like, moves, mechanics, animations you're dealing with. And it just so happens that it happens to be, like, in depth to the point where, like, it being designed by people responsible for Ninja Gaiden makes a whole lot of sense. Because they have strong, pure action game fundamentals mixed into it.
Strangely, I find Neo and Neo 2, because I've been playing Neo 2 recently,
Yeah.
I find that a hell of a lot easier than any given Ninja Gaiden game.
Well, yeah, because you can, like, grind it if you need to.
No, I mean, even without grinding, I'm like, I can usually, any given area, I can usually get through in a couple of attempts, where even with enemies taking off 3/4 of my health just by, farting on me. But you do that, you go into any Ninja Gaiden game, and I'm like, oh, hey, there's a new and I'm dead.
Yeah, I mean, part of it just comes from, like, the enemy pacing, where it is, like, you're kind of more encouraged and given the tools to actually try and kite one enemy at a time in most instances. Whereas, and that's really, like, the key difference. I try to avoid doing, also, I hope you appreciate me just showing off, like, the the Christmas outfits for all the characters. Goofy's I especially like. Donald's is alright too, I guess. He's a little like a snowman duck. It's pretty great.
Okay, Adrian. Well, thanks for stopping by. We're doing this every Wednesday, Kingdom Hearts specifically.
Yeah.
And Ark's streaming pretty much constantly through the week. So
yeah,
by all means, come along.
Absolutely. It'll be kept to about like the same time as always on each days. For sure. Glad that you could stop by for this. Oh god, these Jack-in-the-Box things are so annoying because of their stupid when they pop out and just shoot their hit scan musket shots.
Yeah, don't they also release like a little shockwave when they do that?
Something like that. I'm not sure. I just know that it's real. It can get real frustrating if you're trying to close the distance and the game gives you literally like no recourse to actually deal with it. Because I don't even think it's like it's a normal projectile that you could even use Reflect on. Or maybe you can use Reflect, but I feel like the timing would be so strict because it is instant, like hit scan. Oh yeah, but we also have this merry-go-round that I could have used. I do like the reaction commands for environmental stuff that just happens to be specific to certain environments. It does a good job of spicing things up just enough. But yeah, it's like with Neo, I try to avoid the Souls comparisons, but like you do admittedly kind of fall back on some of the similar things you do in a Souls type experience, where it is you try to kite a specific enemy to fight one-on-one, because your hitboxes and tools or whatever I kind of really best made for that with the lock-on system it has. Whereas Ninja Gaiden, I feel like it is one of those few games where I can say it masters the idea of like having a soft lock system and being able to effortlessly deal with crowds. Well, effortlessly in quotes, because you gotta understand your mechanics and gameplay systems to be able to make use of it. You know, that takes practice. But
effortless. Oh, fuck off.
Oh god. Language failing you.
Effortless-esque.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just gonna self-eat off a building. Fuck it.
But yeah, it's
I fucked up on a stream. I don't deserve to live.
I mean, I've had more than enough fuck-ups on my own, but I feel like not many people were watching them at the time to give a shit. I mean, look at all the times. I mean, look at all the times I brute forced through a Castlevania game, and I probably would have had a higher opinion of it if I actually knew how things worked. But then again, I still think Circle of the Moon is a clunky game to play, so that wouldn't change anything.
That's the one with the douchebag in red. You stay or just stay or whatever.
No, that's right? Harmony. Harmony of Dissonance. Circle of the Moon is the one Igavania not made by Igarashi.
Was that the first one?
Yeah, it was a Game Boy Advance launch title, which is kind of nuts to think about. Yeah, that's right. But like,
I always get those two mixed up.
Well, yeah, because they're the ones that you get mixed opinions on until Aria of Sorrow, in which everyone unanimously agrees this is one of the best. But admittedly, I have a soft spot for Harmony of Dissonance. I like the magic sub-weapon combos, and the left and right dash buttons makes it so fun to traverse that it almost makes up for the fact that the game does the one thing I kind of don't like when a Metroidvania does it. It's also something that I'd say Metroid Prime 2 does, and I also dislike it there. The layering of two identical maps with slight differences, and you have to go back and forth between them. It makes figuring out the flow of map traversal such a pain.
The one game that always springs to mind for me for that is Silent Hill Origins.
Yeah, which I know you've got like a laundry list of like critiques for how absolutely bad that game is. Yeah, it's like that game is your Ninja Gaiden 3. It is like we may have played a whole lot of bad games in our times, but most of them, especially as we get older and more chilled out about like more just because of we have the perspective to understand it's not healthy to be so, like, have a stick up our own ass about every minor thing that upsets us. But there are a few things that we hold on to because we know that they are worth being upset about because it's a war crime. Like, it is, like, in all, like, I guess to modify a quote from, like, a City 11 video, in my defense, I do hate Ninja Gaiden 3, but it is an affront to human decency.
I'm not saying that I'd like to see the developers of Silent Hill Origins hauled up in front of The Hague for war crimes. I'm just heavily implying it by my words, deeds, and actions.
Yeah. And that's just how we all feel.
I'm not saying it's a bad game, but I'm fairly certain it is responsible for the current political climate we all live in.
Yes. Silent Hill Origins is why the US was stuck with 4 years of Trump.
Yes, 9/11 predates Silent Hill Origins by a good 8 or 9 years, but it's the reason why Afghanistan was a big pool of quicksand we kept getting all dragged into.
Yeah. I just noticed it until it was too late, but the thing I liked about, like, when you go into your drive forms in Nightmare Before Christmas World is how, the pumpkin mask changes to a different type of mask for Sora. Like I was in Valor form and Sora gets like a little red demon mask thing like over like the top of his head. That was cool looking.
I've never noticed that.
Yeah, I never really noticed it either.
The one I remember most is Tron form, where it gets different lines depending on what form you're using.
In addition to the color, really cool. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I liked how Sora's Tron outfit, I unironically think is like pretty cool looking. And that's with the, and I say that just because I know there's a lot of things that I feel you could say about this game looks cool ironically, because it is meant to be like so juvenile and appealing to the young teenager crowd.
I mean, the game can be summed up with the phrase "Nomura as fuck."
Yeah.
You know, like no matter what else you might think about the game, his design fingerprints are deep in it.
Yeah. Flash step is cool. It'll help us get closer to enemies automatically. Also,
yeah,
another reaction boost. Why not? Assuming that that I'm ever consistent enough to hit the reaction commands, because I'm too busy just fucking mashing that circle button. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like why are you using the standard attack when reaction commands exist?
Yeah.
Do you not know how to play Kingdom Hearts?
Which I want to say, I think I recall, like, in a preview or something, I think before I saw, like, the official term for the reaction commands, I think that it was referred to as just gimmick move. Because that's the whole idea behind, like, when you press the button, like, a different thing happens.
I think it might have been Randy Pitchford referred to one of his games as having an awesome button. You press this button and then awesome happens. I think it's either him or Dave Gator from BioWare. But yeah, it's like, no, my friend, you do not know awesome until you play Kingdom Hearts 2.
And even then, that awesome has a couple asterisks to it. Because if it's the gameplay, like, yeah, that's awesome. You play you look at the story, you might still think it's awesome, but that might say more about your mental state.
The gameplay is awesome in the colloquial term. The story is awesome in the biblical term, in that it is gigantic and terrifying to look at. Yes.
And also probably the thing that spawns a very problematic culture.
People have lost their minds trying to comprehend the lore of Kingdom Hearts.
And use it as their point of reference for literally everything to the point of obnoxiousness. That it makes you think, geez, play another game, read another book.
Which I will state in their defense, at least it's not Harry Potter or the Hunger Games.
True. But I feel like Kingdom Hearts and Sonic are basically the fan bases that are the video game equivalents of Harry Potter and Hunger Games, where it's like, I feel like that immediately says anything where, like, as soon as anyone makes the the smallest of comparisons to something they see to those franchises, I feel like I am not wrong in assuming that those are the only franchises they ever play in their lives. Like, it just has that energy to it.
I would agree with you on Sonic, although I'd say something like more like Adventure Time or Steven Universe would be closer to the mark than Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts just makes people create a lot of OCs, as with Sonic. Steven Universe and all those kind of shows have warped people's minds into what's cool and what isn't.
Ooh.
They are... it's like, how badly can a fandom misunderstand the thing they supposedly love?
Yeah,
Let me show you Tumblr.
Fandom misunderstanding things, boy, that's something we're familiar with, and even talked about with our whole Scott Pilgrim rant the last time.
Fans misunderstanding things. Really? Never heard that one before. Please do go on.
I'm actually, like, no joke, like, ever since we had that discussion, I've been trying to think of, like, maybe I've been tempted to, like, pull out, like, my books again and, like, reread all of Scott Pilgrim, because it has been a while, and just to kind of update myself on, oh, god damn it, I wasn't paying attention, I got bombed by Oogie Boogie. But yeah, just the thing where it's like, I still remember clear things about it, and especially how the characters are, but I know it's been long enough that things have been hazy on it, and I know that in the end of the day, I still think it's a very good story, that I'm like, I feel this is worth a revisit. I know that my PS3 is not in working order anymore, so I can't watch my Blu-ray of the movie. So it's like, might as well fall back on that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I know, like, I've read the comics way back in the day, because I mean the series is, the final volume's like, what, good 8 or 9 years old or so?
Yeah.
But
well, like,
I
the first book came out in 2004, and I know that the sixth one finally came out, like, literally months before the movie did. So that would be 24 to 2010. It was like a 6-year run, Brian Lee O'Malley working on that.
Yeah, I think it was roughly one per year. That sounds about right.
Yeah. Which for, like, as in-depth as those things got, like, yeah, he needed all the time he could get to work on those.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he specifically said he preferred to do it as a series of books rather than, because I think it was Image was really interested in signing him to do each one as a monthly series, but he was like, well, the pacing isn't really what I want. Like, it would completely fuck up the pacing if I did it as a monthly series, so that's not really doable. But as I said, I haven't read it since the last volume came out, and I'm fairly certain that I conflate a lot of the stuff that happens in the movie with stuff that happens in the books. And again, I haven't seen the movie in forever as well. So.
Same, yeah. I think the last time I actually saw the movie, funny enough, was it was during a point where I was actually I'm trying to think again what it was. Oh yeah, it was like when I moved into, like, one of the apartments I was living in down in Washington, like very early on when I went down there for school. But the idea was that when I got there, I did not have working internet yet. I could not connect to, like, whatever, like, their to whatever, like, the building's, like, public network was or whatever it is. So I had to wait until I could get the like, Comcast, I think it was at the time, to actually arrive there, but they were booked back by, like, a week, and it sucked because it was like I could not get my system hooked up to the internet, so that meant I couldn't download any more of, like, my God damn it, I was like trying to recall the story is making me, like, game over on this fight. But it was like, yeah, it was a week out. I could not re-download any of, like, my PSN games because I had PS Plus at the time, and I had plenty of stuff on my PS3 that I was like, God, I can't get anything else, and, like, all the games I have installed on this I played months ago. So what do I do? Oh, pulled out the Blu-ray and just put it in, because I was like, I might as well, like, use this other function on my PS3 for something.
Oh, that's right. It does other things.
Yeah. Remember when Sony had that fucking slogan for the PS3? It does everything.
It only does everything.
Yeah,
You smug pricks.
except that over time it proved that they slowly took things away, like Linux support, so like it clearly wasn't the case. It couldn't do everything.
I said before, if they'd kept PS2 functionality in PS3, and if PS5 had shipped with full backwards compatibility, that would have been a day one purchase for me.
It would make me feel
didn't.
better about not needing a working PS3 in 2021.
Yeah.
It would actually make me consider getting a PS5 sooner than I do, which now is more like I'll just wait until like halfway through its life cycle, or if someone is generous enough to just donate it to me.
Yeah. I mean, with the PS4, it wasn't until I watched a playthrough of Bloodborne that I was like, yes, this is a thing that I need in my life.
Yeah.
And the only game that I've really seen that with the PS5 has been Eternal. And even then, it's not to the same level. You know, like, Bloodborne was like, every day I don't have this game is a day in which my life is lessened, you know?
Bloodborne was definitely like a factor in me getting a PS4 as early as I did, but then again, I think that was like made earlier by virtue of the fact that there was like a good Black Friday sale I managed to catch in 2014. So I basically got a PS4 like almost exactly a year after it came out.
See, with me, I traded in a load of retro games for one. There was I was looking for a bunch of things on Facebook Marketplace, and there was a guy who was selling it was a PS4, and he was also selling a bunch of retro games. And I was like, okay, PS4 was brand new, and I was like, right, would you be interested in a trade? And I was like, oh, I don't know, what have you got? And I was like, well, I've got a whole shitload of SNES games. I've got a bunch of import PS1 games. I've got, you know, some really old, rare PS1 games. Would any of these tickle your fancy? And he was like, okay, you've got an original copy of Symphony of the Night with the booklet and the soundtrack CD, and all are in near pristine condition. Yeah. Yes, I would.
I mean, if I was in his position, I'd take that too.
Yeah.
And I don't even have a PS1 to play it on. I mean, I have a PS2, but I don't have a PS1 memory card, so it's like, I wouldn't get very far. Oh wait, never mind, but I also have a PS3, and like, even when they took out the PS2 backing pad, PS1 was still playable, so that would have been novel at the time if I was in that shoes, yeah, I would still take it.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, well, you know, I'll meet you in town, somewhere nice and public, you know, food court, so that everything's on the level for both of us, blah, blah, blah. Opened up the machine, and it was like brand new, pristine, perfect. Meanwhile, he's looking at this big sack of games that I brought over going, oh my god, you've got this,
Man.
I am losing my mind.
I hope someday to like find someone that like has those big like deep niche collections like you do, and is also not gonna like, it's something that I can trade for something reasonable and not pay a stupid amount of money. Like, I feel like that's my dream, but that's like getting harder and harder because of how retro prices and like the current market is.
Yeah. It's like, I know that if I, you know, sold them off on eBay or something, I probably could have made way more money, but
you'd feel scummy about it because you'd be contributing to the problem.
Yeah, I would be as much of a scalper as, you know, anyone that, you know, trolls Goodwill for cheap PS1 games, you know?
Yeah, and those people, I would say those scalpers should be tried by the Geneva Convention.
Oh yeah.
Along with Bitcoin miners, just any of that crypto shit.
Yeah. But like, just seeing the joy in this guy's face, and he's like, legitimately, this is some of the coolest shit I've seen in forever. I didn't think I'd ever get this, and I was like, yeah, that makes it worth it. Like, I know this stuff's going to someone who's going to love it as much as I did.
Yeah, I feel like that's the part that would make like kind of like trading it that way feel better than just selling to whoever like on eBay, because you don't know like what the person on the other end is going to do with that, if they're actually getting it because they want to play it, or if they're doing it because I care about having a collection for cloud's sake.
Yeah, or someone who's like, I know that this game is really expensive and really popular right now, so I'm going to get in on the ground floor before it goes, before the price drops, essentially.
Yeah.
So I had real problems with the guy I sold some stuff to on eBay. He won the bid. When I'm selling off retro games, and it's usually like standard bid, and I have a buy it now, like say the most, well, like when I sold off Suikoden 2.
Oh yeah, and that's a real fucking pricey one.
Yeah, the average price for that was about £150, so roughly $200.
Yeah, that checks out. Oh, wow.
So this was like 6 years ago or so. So I imagine the price has changed since then. But I sold it. I had it up, like the start price was I think about 60, and I put in a buy it now for 250 because you never know. You know, someone's that desperate for a copy. They've got plenty of money. Fuck it, why the hell not?
I mean, I know I'm desperate for like an N64 copy of Bangayo if that ever like comes around. That's like 150 just for the cards.
Yeah, some people are like, I don't care, I need this game now. I have the money, I'm gonna just go all out. Cool. So he did that, and he bought it for the 250. So I was like, holy shit. So get the guy's details, and I'm like, right, I've got this game boxed up, ready and waiting for you. All you need to do is just put the money in the account. He's like, okay. I get this. Like this was like the Tuesday or the Wednesday. He says, okay, I'll get that done on Thursday or Friday. I was like, not a problem. Weekend comes, no sign of money. I give him a shout on the Saturday. I'm like, hi, just making sure there's no problems. You said you were going to make the payment this week. It's now the weekend. Want to make sure that you're not trying to back out of this and that you are still working. Yeah, still getting the game. Just need to, you know, some of my...
I was so fucking close, man. All because that Trinity attack was targeting that other Heartless and not Oogie Boogie. But yes, continue the story. I think I got it this time.
So he says, not to worry, I've got some payments coming through, some other stuff that I've sold, I'm just waiting on that money clearing, should get it by Tuesday. I'm like, okay, but you know, I'm letting some of the people that didn't win know that this might be coming up, just in case this guy winds up defaulting. So, Monday, Tuesday, no sign of him. Send him another message, I'm like, what the hell, you've won this. I was very clear that you needed to make the payment in order to get the game. I'm sitting here with my thumb up my butt. What the hell's going on?
Jeez.
And that's when he stops responding to me.
Of course.
Like, you fucking kidding me with this. So I wind up having to get eBay support involved. Because I'm like, this guy said, you know, A, B, and C. Then D, E, and F, and now we're on to Q, R, S, and T. Like, what can I do in this? Can I offer the game to the next highest bidder? You know, what is my recourse in this? Eventually, he gets back to me, puts the money in my account, in my PayPal account, and, you know, it's like, yeah, fine, you've got the money now, are you able to send it? I was like, well, yeah, I've been able to send it for about a week and a half.
He rude about it.
Yeah. Send the game off, money clears, no problems. Until the following week. He gets back to me and says, hi, the game the back of the case has received 2 small cracks. Purely cosmetic. The game itself is still in perfect condition, but the case itself has been cracked. You did not state this in your description. It's like, well, no, I didn't state it in the description because if you look at the pictures, the back of the case is pristine.
Oh,
So,
God. Yeah, it's
don't
like on
see-
top of ghosting you for like a whole week prior to this, he's just being a pedantic asshole.
Yeah. So what I did was I went on Amazon. Well, he said I would like a partial refund for this, or if you're not able to do that, a full refund. I was like,
You
kidding,
sure you
right?
shouldn't be trying to, I don't know, reverse those two? Like, partial, but if you can't do that, then a full. It's like, oh, so the thing that's worse?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Like, if you're not able to do that, then I will take it. If you're not able to fully reimburse me, then I'll accept a partial one. So it's like, right. So if you're wanting to be a pedantic little shit about this, I guess I have no choice but to do so likewise. So go on Amazon, and I look up how much it would be for a replacement PS1 case.
Oh, dear.
I say, you can get 5-pack of cases for $4.99 over here. I am more than happy to refund you the price of the cases. I will refund you for 5 rather than just 1, because I am unfortunately unable to get more than 1. To get less than 5. Because, you know, if you can be a dick about this, so can I.
Yeah, I mean, I do that in that position. Like, fight fire with fire.
So he says, I'm sorry, that's not going to be acceptable in this case. The damage has clearly been suffered between you posting it, between you uploading the pictures and it arriving to me. And I'm like, well, clearly it happened during the post. You know, I can't be held responsible for that. It was, you know, sent track delivery courier. So I don't know what you want me to do about that.
Fuck you, Oogie Boogie, we got it!
Ugh, thank fuck for that.
Yeah! Thank you, your eBay horror stories pulled me through. Oh, yes.
Eventually, he says, fine, I'll take 10% of it. So it's like, you want 25 quid? I'll give you 15. Okay, fine.
Wow. At least you won that in the end. You did not capitulate just to, like giving up because he was being such a douche about it.
Oh no, I stood my ground because in this house we do not negotiate with terrorists.
Hell yeah! We got the magnet element.
But yeah, I still feel like this was like 6 years ago and I still feel salty about it.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. It just said it just gave me the magnet element. I didn't get the other keyblade. What the fuck? Oh god! Is the pumpkin thing like a second visit?
Oh god, it must be.
We went through all this like in the intended order. God damn it.
I could have sworn that was one of the first, that you got that on the first pass rather than the second.
Oh,
I feel like a dick now.
Well, I mean, we got magnet though. I mean, is that useful? I guess. I mean, like, I guess it's not gravity yet, obviously, but
No. Magnet isn't as... It's basically good until you get gravity.
okay,
'Cause
so
it
we
still
should
pulls-
use it until then.
Yeah, it still pulls the enemies together. I think that one, you just fire it towards an enemy and it pulls everyone towards that enemy. I might be wrong. I never really used it that much. But I mean, gravity, once you start getting good air combos, that's it, you've won the game.
Yeah, that's true. Just get all the air combo extensions and you're set. Oh,
Basically,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, this has been... But yeah, we got 2 more Disney World visits to go through. Like, there's the Agrabah and then Pride Rock. And then, funny enough, like, the thing is that, like, it kind of blows me away how much it's like, if you really want to get through this game, you just, like, in a very quick amount of time, you just need to, like, do the first visits on all worlds except 2, just to trigger the next visit to Twilight Town, which is nuts. Because that's what we got now, but we're not doing that. We need all the levels we can get on critical.
Oh yeah. Before we do the war sequence, we need to be prepared because the second visit to Hollow Sebastian is a pain in the ass.
Yeah. It's awesome, but it's super involved. And it's got a lot of tough moments.
I mean, it's pretty much relentless fighting with the odd cutscene in here and there. And
Yeah.
you'd better be leaving every cutscene playing to the full.
Yeah, with one of the best fights that everyone remembers in the entire game. That's not a
Yeah.
boss.
Like, I know we are skipping pretty much every cutscene because most of them are redundant, but every cutscene in Hollow Sebastian is just beautiful.
Yeah.
For multiple reasons.
Yeah, but we're only gonna let one play. You know the one.
Oh, yes. If you don't let that play, you'll pay for this.
Yeah. Fortunately for me, I think I still remember exactly what the cutscene is where it plays so that I know not to skip it. Because it takes a little bit of a ways into that specific scene until the moment happens.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, most of the cutscenes in it are either incredibly silly or very badass. But
yeah, but I still
they're-
want to.
they're-
But I still want to
So-
keep to the rule we've set, and that we're just gonna come up with other weird bullshit context we got. Which again,
Yeah,
we can't really do a whole lot when it comes to the Disney worlds themselves. But fortunately, like Twilight Town, Hollow Sebastian, World That Never Was, we pretty much got a whole lot of stuff that we can just like very easily summarize once we get to those.
Yeah, like, it's not until the second visits that, like, most of the Organization 13 stuff comes up anyway.
Yeah.
And that's when the game starts really going off the rails.
It absolutely does. God, this has been this was a good session. Some tough spots, especially that last one because we decided to do Halloween Town instead of Agrabah first.
Again, I hold myself fully responsible for that.
Yeah.
I could have sworn that it was
Yeah, because
like, I know it's sort
yeah.
of like half and half with new spells and abilities and
Yeah.
new keyblades.
Yeah, and the thing
I
is,
could've
I
sworn that was
remembered.
one.
I also remembered that pumpkin keyblade, and that it is one of the best ones in the entire game. But like you, I forgot that it was on the second visit that you get it.
Yeah, because I just remember getting it and then never using anything else until I got Ultima.
Yeah, Ultima. Yeah, that's be all end all.
Or, well, actually, some of the special ones you get from the final stages, and
Right.
Fenrir because it looks badass.
Yeah, Fenrir, yeah, from beating Sephiroth, which, you know, as much as he's like, in the grand scheme of this game's post-bosses, Sephiroth is the easiest, because they designed him before they made Final Mix. But I'm still probably not going to fight him on stream.
Yeah.
He's still quite a pain in the ass, and even, like, in all the times that I fought him, I've still, like, saved that until I was close to level cap, which we're not going to get with the amount of time we spend on stream. Like, we're going to be lucky if I even get past level 50 by the time we face Xemnas.
Yeah. I mean, plus, not to mention the fact that it's probably going to take us at least another 6 sessions to get through the game.
Yeah, which is, like, though fortunately, based on the pace we're going, we might be lucky by the next session that we'll get to the moment at Hollow Bastion. Because we got these 2 worlds to go through, then a quick pit stop at Twilight Town, and then the real shit at Hollow Bastion. I feel like that'll, like, fill us with a lot of good material for next Wednesday.
Yeah, the real Duck Souls starts here.
Yes. Duck Souls.
I went there, motherfuckers!
Duck Souls. Woo! Oh, yeah. So
And
that'll
this
be...
is why we shouldn't be allowed on the internet.
I don't know. I feel like they have to allow us on the internet, or else that, like, no good people are going to be left, and it's going to be all the chuds that are just going to keep poisoning the well.
Nah, they are legally obligated to let us have space on the internet because, like, if we weren't allowed, we'd be taking this out on people near us. My girlfriend looks 20 years older than she actually is, and she only sees me like 3 times a week.
Oh, dear.
My jokes have done this to her.
Oh, no. Oh. Oh, God. Man, it's gonna be As we get further in, I just realized now it's going to be even harder and harder waiting for each Wednesday to come along just to do this, because this is the most fun that I've been having with streams for a while. But I think it also helps that, like, I'm close to being done with my journey of playing through all the handheld Egavanias. Like, I'm pretty sure I got one more stream to go through for Order of Ecclesia, and then I'm free.
Yes.
Yeah, that is...
I mean, at least you're ending on a high note.
It's... High might be debatable. I mean, it's not a bad game. Order isn't bad. I do think its sprite work and, like, soundtrack are some of the best of the series. But I don't know. I feel like I've still kind of got a tentative, like, ranking of, like, these 6 games based on, like, how I played them on stream. But where it's currently at right now is that I don't think Order is, like, the game I hate the most, but it is just barely above Circle of the Moon, which is the one that I like the least.
When you compare it to the 2 GBA games, which I would say were probably the weaker of the bunch, I would say it's ending on a high note. Portrait of Ruin, I'd argue, is probably one of the best.
Yeah, like like Portrait, I think, like I've been going back and forth on whether I think that or Aria is the best. As I've been playing more of it and going through the hard mode level 1 run, I think it is actually the best for me, with Aria being second. But it's everything in between those two and at the top and Circle at the bottom that it's getting kind of hazy. I just know that the specific things Harmony of Dissonance does well, I really like, in spite of the 2 castle shit. And so, but then, like, Order is just, like, I don't know, like, again, like I mentioned before, it's like, that game's structure is so, like, it is hard for me to, like, really call it, like, an Egavania in earnest, because it does things so differently. And
it feels like an experiment that they didn't quite know what they were doing with.
It feels like an experiment that needed a second game to iron it out, and I feel like that second game would have been the 1999 game that every fan wants, where you play as Julius. Oh god,
we need that so bad.
Yeah, because it's like, because I feel like in Julius's case, like, it should be all about his journey of, like, getting so powerful that when he gets to Dracula's castle, he just, like, bulldozes the whole fucking thing.
Well, that's the thing, because the few bits and pieces that we've been shown or we've been told about, like, he doesn't just defeat Dracula, he steamrolls him.
Yeah, and it's like
it's not even a fight.
And the thing that Order of Ecclesia does, where it saves Dracula's castle for the end, but only when you're on track for the good ending, is like, it's kind of frustrating for me. Mostly because when I last streamed Order on Monday, I had a situation where I didn't realize I was on track for the bad ending. So, like, when I did, like, the fights that you do that leads into that, I kept ending it with too little health. And then I got to the point where the game is like, alright, now equip all of the Dominus glyphs and then use them. But they use my health when I do it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it. And then it kills me and gives me the game over instead of the actual bad ending. Because I don't have enough fucking health. Like, that real pissed me off. And it's like,
I was only able to beat the game by, I can't remember what it is, but basically I did some kind of glitch in Ecclesia, which gave you, like, ridiculously high power. I think it was like a combination of glyphs that you weren't supposed to use, because your health just drains like water.
I guess that had to do with, like, combining, like, one of them with Dominus.
I think so, yeah. But the setup I used gave you, like, ridiculous attack power, so it was like, cool.
Yeah, but it's like
beat the game in 2 seconds.
Yeah, but between, like, the unintended bullshit that I had with going on the bad ending route, combined with how real mixed bag the individual levels are, like, some of them are interesting and kind of approach some of the areas you went to in Portrait, and others are, this is literally a straight line. This is literally a filler level from Simon's Quest. That now that I'm at the point where I'm at Dracula's castle, I feel like I should be more excited about it, but it just feels too little too late. Because it's like, you're finally giving me something, a castle layout that is at least on the level of portraits. But I had to slog through all these other uninteresting levels and side quests that I can't really be bothered with. It's just so weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
I can't. But at the end of the day, I can't call it a bad game because it's not frustrating me in the way that Circle of the Moon did, where like its character control model is so bad. I really hate it. I don't like how it feels.
I think it's, as I said, I think it's, they were trying something different,
For
but
sure.
they just didn't know what they wanted to do with it. You know?
Yeah.
Like they had a vague idea of, okay, well, you know, people liked the small self-contained areas from Portrait of Ruin.
Yeah.
Why don't we do something like that, but
Yeah.
and then so they just sort of went and then they just started making random noises until someone delivered them a game.
Yeah, it's just, man. If I
Okay.
if I could change anything about the timeline that we all live in, I would have rather Iga didn't make Order of Ecclesia and instead just made the third DS game the 1999 game. Just get it out of the way. Like
Yeah.
if we because if the inevitable fate is that Konami was still gonna make Lords of Shadow happen and just shit over everything good about the series, then I would have at least rather have wanted Igavania to have that be his high note, leave the company, and then still make Bloodstained. I feel at least people would be in a much better state about that and be like, well, this franchise is now doomed to forever get ports and a somewhat okay Netflix adaptation. But at least we got to play as Julius. We at least got to kill Dracula once and for all. God, that would have been so sick.
It's gonna be the never ever game. Like everyone wants it, but they're never ever gonna give us it.
Yeah.
Like they know. I think it's kind of like,
It's up there with Silent Hills now at this point. Except
think
it's
it's
obviously
like-
harder for Silent Hills because we at least got PT, which was like a glimpse for people to guess what the tone of that game would have been had had Kojima not been ousted.
yeah. For me, I always said that the second Square ran out of goodwill. Like they've made too many decisions.
You mean
released-
Konami, actually, but I guess Square
No.
as well to an extent.
I am actually talking about Square here.
Oh, okay.
'Cause-
Oh, all right.
Bear with me, this is going somewhere.
All right.
I always used to say that, you know, once they'd finally reached the limits of players' tolerance, you know, by releasing one bad Final Fantasy after another and screwing up beloved franchises, they would say, we're bringing back Final Fantasy VII Remake, and everyone would forgive them for everything. Which is exactly what happened.
They used the tried and true method of blinding everyone with their nostalgia.
Yeah, they used up their goodwill, and then they said, oh, by the way, here's a remake of that game that everyone says is the best game ever, and people fell to their knees and started worshipping them again.
And become oblivious to the fact that they're actually changing it so that it's not the faithful remake that they fool themselves into thinking it is.
I actually have more respect for them for that, but that's another conversation.
I mean, I kind of do as well, but that's only from like the outsider's perspective of I still don't care about Final Fantasy VII either way. I just think it's funny that they were able to hide this from them for so long.
Yeah, like no one knew about it
Like
the entire
enough-
8 years it was in development.
Yeah, like enough people, like I feel like knowledgeable enough people on the internet got the hint that they knew that the remake wasn't going to be the entire game, that it was basically just going to encompass Midgar, because admittedly from what little I had played of FF7 original, I did get through all of Midgar, and I can at least see that, yeah, there's a lot that you can make out of that to fill an entire game. But then the stuff they do right at the end, like what they actually change, was like, oh, you ballsy motherfuckers, you are playing with fire.
I genuinely love it. I love the fact that the bad guys are a stand-in for the audience that demanded a slavish remake.
Yeah,
But at any rate,
that's good though.
that's what I see Konami doing, because they are saying that they are wanting to get back into the video series,
Yeah.
or the video market.
And it's
is
true.
that-
We got Getsu Fumaden, and everyone is... Wait, hold on. Why do I hear crickets?
Yeah. They're going to, at some point, they're going to be like, okay, Battle of 99, Silent Hill, a good one this time. New Bomberman that's not a freemium game.
Yeah.
New Contra that actually is worth playing. And people are going to be like, okay, I see where you're going with this, but I'm not going to actually trust you until we actually see the games.
Yeah.
Because while Square still did have a decent amount of goodwill...
Also, we're getting Treasure back to work on... Parodius. Bet you didn't see that coming. Oh, hell.
Sorry,
I
had to wipe up some drool there for a second. But
I knew I was trying to bait you. It was like, oh, obviously Gradius 6, but no, I just had to pull out of my ass like what other shmup series that Konami would do before ever dignifying us with the Gradius 6, and I guess, yeah, Parodius is good enough. But then I started thinking, wait, no, Treasure doing a Parodius would actually be the most insane shit ever. Oh my god.
Treasure doing like Parodius 7 or whatever we're up to now, and just being like, yeah, here's Simon Belmont, he flies now, don't ask why.
Yeah, yeah. But obviously, but I mentioned Treasure, and obviously that would require them first to like go to Masato Maegawa's DMC style office in which he has let the power bill lapse and tell him, hey, we got a job for you. You don't have to worry about the lack of running water here anymore. Come on, just get some of your old buddies together.
And he's like, thank God, the toilet's been broken for 4 months. I've been pissing in the potted plants.
Like, I can't help myself that that's what I picture modern Treasure as. It's just Masato Maegawa sitting in a dark office, no power except the laptop that he has, and whenever it needs to recharge, he just mooches off of like the building next door for their electricity. And just has it so that he maintains like the storefront they have for selling Ikaruga figurines or model kits or whatever.
Standing at the side of a desolate road, holding up a sign saying, "We'll make Rakugaki kids for money."
Oh man. Funny enough, you almost got the name right. It was Rakugaki Showtime. But I'm glad that you remember that fucking game, because no one does. It's like their only original PlayStation 1 game that wasn't a port, because the other one was the port of Silhouette Mirage.
I think Rakugaki Kids was the N64 one.
N64, they didn't make that for N64. Because I distinctly remember their original games. The N64 stuff they only made was Mischief Makers, Bangayo, and Sin and Punishment. But yeah, I think I know why you might be mixing that up. Because
Rakugaki Kids was a Konami game, which wasn't worked on.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I guess that maybe works on 2 layers then, because maybe Konami would get them on board just for something like that. Because again, they brought back Getsu Fumaden. There's no telling what other weird niche deep cuts they might pull in order to try and legitimize themselves as being like back into making video games.
Hey, look, kids, Konami Crazy Racers 2.
Wow.
No,
what?
We're serious. We promise. Where is everyone?
Oh, what?
Why are the wolves howling?
Oh, look at this! We just found in one of our desk drawers, like, mysteriously, a phone number that got us to the line of the person that owns the Bucky O'Hare license. What are the odds? Let's get something started!
Hey, you kids like poppin' music, right? Right?
No, I'm pretty sure... Honestly, I'm pretty sure Bimani is still, like, that division is never gonna die.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, of all the bridges that Konami was burning, they knew not to burn their arcade rhythm game division, because they knew that even while the rest of them were making bad decisions, that I'm pretty sure Bimani was just being left to run autonomously at all times, because they knew that they were still going to get money from arcades no matter what, even as they were focusing the rest of their division on pachinkos.
They just open up a trapdoor in the floor, toss in a couple of sandwiches, and then 3 weeks later, a new Beat Mania comes out.
Yeah, it's like, okay, we're already on to 2DX 27, however the fuck, I don't know, that's probably close, I forget. I know they're in their mid-20s. When they reach 2DX30, that's how you know that this is truly an immortal franchise.
The games are self-replicating at this point. It's like the fucking Borg.
Oh god, yes.
Like, we were worried about the rise of artificial intelligence. No, it's going to be Konami's arcade division coming in and enslaving us all to Butterfly.
Honestly, that explains now why, like, the note charts in 2DX are, like, so insane for the average human being.
At this point, they know their fan base, and they're just, like... They might as well have big signs on top of each cabinet saying, "Warning, do not play unless your hips are double-jointed."
They're basically just, like, aggressively, like, go to arcade rhythm game fans, and it's like, you like turntables, you like low latency and, like, frame-perfect timing in your rhythm games, you hate Osu with a passion, get in here, come on, let's go.
Or they go to the maniacs that play Osu with a dance pad. I don't know how they do it. They manage it. Life finds a way.
I'm pretty sure that would just, like, if any, like, Bimani fan were to stumble upon that, like, Arsony would take place soon after. Whole thing's
like,
just an affront to God looking at it, like, what is this? Why the fuck are you people still playing this lame open source version of Elite Beat Agents? You're playing it and it doesn't even have the thing that most people remember Elite Beat Agents for. Like, what the fuck?
What, the good soundtrack?
Yes, and the style, and the everything.
The everything except the showing off your E-Peen to people who don't even care.
God.
Look at me, I can play a game that requires 75 button inputs per second.
God,
Aren't I great?
Just thinking about EBA again, it's like, if there was ever a reason to want a DS consolizer, it would be for that, because God knows I'm never playing a rhythm game on emulation, because there's too much that can go wrong.
I've got an R4 card for my 3DS. Enough said.
Yeah, that's good. To be fair, like, if there was a consolizer for the DS, I'd get an R4 card as well, because it's like, I've given up on ever wanting to play with, like, a legit handheld anymore. I feel like my hands can just no longer be comfortable playing something like that again.
That and the fact that, you know, Nintendo games never drop in price. That's
Sure.
literally the only way to play them without, you know, hoping for a sizable lottery win.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is. Man.
Wow, we're ending on a depressing note.
Yeah, fuck retro game prices and fuck Nintendo's, like, pricing policy for eShop games.
I think you mean price gouging?
Yeah, what'd I say?
Pricing policy.
Oh yeah, gouging, right.
I can see how you made the mistake. It's very easy to do.
That said, I know later this week I'm gonna be spending $70 on that shop or so just to finally get my No More Heroes 3 pre-order, and then also a P-Cross game. Because my plan for Thursday is that, because I don't want to, like, go through the hassle of, like, changing platforms and recording setups on Thursday, because I want to get in on that first hour of No More Heroes 3 as soon as it unlocks. So I'm just going to get one of the P-Cross games that I've still not gotten to yet, play through that for, like, preceding it for, like, an hour or two, and then come 8 o'clock in my time zone when it unlocks, I'm going to be like, alright, change the category on Twitch, it's No More Heroes time, let's go.
Just anything to numb yourself to the time passing.
Yeah, and, like, P-Cross is a good method for that, you know? It has been my go-to time sink in a lot of situations when it's like, I want to play a video game, but the only games I can think of to play are the ones that I'm specifically holding off until I stream. I know! No, nonograms, let's do this!
Oh, little black box is how I love you. Beep, beep, beep.
Yep. So many good ones. God, and I even went as far as to get, like, the Hatsune Miku P-Cross game on Switch. I was like, I saw that. It was like, I saw, like, a trailer that went along my YouTube recommendations for, like, Hatsune Miku Logic Paint S, or whatever it was. And I was like, oh, it's a Miku thing. I wonder what this is. And then it's like, oh my god, the bastards, they did it. They combined two things I love. Son of a bitch. Where's my wallet?
You know, there's a certain point where concern from a friend starts going into actual intervention. And I think we're rapidly approaching. We've crossed that line ages ago. Fuck it.
I don't know. I think that was too late because I already played through that Miku P-Cross game and completed all the puzzles.
Wow.
So I'm at least done with that for now.
I mean, I've already pre-ordered the next Shin Megami Tensei game, and I pre-ordered it when it was announced back when it was up for pre-order in like April, and it's not out until November, so I'm not exactly in much of a place to talk. But yikes.
Oh well. We all make our own decisions and we own up to them.
We all of us have a lot of life choices to think about and cry about in the shower late at night.
And honestly, those decisions, most of them, probably better than continue to dwell on the state of the world is in. But whatever. So we just need anything to numb the pain.
Saying things that makes me happy for 2 seconds. I'll take it.
Yeah. Sure beats a heroin addiction.
Yeah, just stumbling into the house with like 50 packages for things I can't afford and don't have any room for, and I'm like, at least it's not heroin.
Yeah.
It could be heroin.
It could be methamphetamines, but then I'd be down on 50% of my teeth.
You don't need teeth to play games. Have you seen some of the other people on Twitch?
True.
And that's why we don't have any viewers left.
Technically we got 2.
I think one of them's me.
Oh yeah. So that is one more. Who knows? Whatever. We're already over 4 hours now. So
yeah.
This really is like the longest stream I've ever done. Slowly but surely. It's a shame that I don't have the stamina myself to do like a big like several hour marathon stream for No More Heroes 3, and I'm gonna have to settle for just doing like 3 hours every night when it launches until I'm done. Because I really want all of like my reactions and first-hand experiences to be recorded for posterity.
Yeah, I won't be watching that because I have the game pre-ordered too.
Yep, you'll be getting in on it like when it launches.
I think it's out here on the 27th.
Yeah.
Or the 28th. So probably I'll be getting it on when is it? I think it's the Friday it comes out. So I'll probably be getting it the Saturday or the Monday.
Yeah, okay. So I guess we'll know for sure which of us gets to the very end of it first. Based on the pace at which I'll play it, which is a few hours every night, versus you just playing for however long is necessary in as few days.
Me playing it for about 6 hours the first day, 4 hours the second day, and then forgetting it exists for the next 4 months.
And that declares me the victor.
I know how I play games.
Yeah.
Poorly.
And that's why I'm the one on controls. That's why I'm the one holding the authentic DualShock 2. Okay.
And also my PC sucks.
Well, yeah, I mean, whose doesn't these days? Only rich people get
true.
good PCs now.
I hate rich people.
I do too. We should eat them.
And on that charming note.
Yes, have a good day, night, everyone that are still here live or watching this when the VOD goes up on YouTube hours later. Take care.
Later.
Peace.